Good morning to Visit Worcestershire New Road. I'm here, Gary Smith, with my co-commentator Tom from
Merseyside Cricket Online
for the ECB National Club Championship final. News from the toss was won by Brentwood, who have elected to field. Just going through the teams. Northern, captained by James Cole, we have Chris Laker, Jack Kennedy, Tyler McLadery, Liam Gray, Alex Vincent, Ben Edmondson, George Harris, Daniel Wilson, Joshua Thompson and Thomas Sefton. And for Brentwood, captained by Aaron West, we have Ben Allison, who has recently signed a contract with Worcestershire to start playing here from 2025, previously being on loan. Ed Ballard, Ian Belchamber, Joe Buttleman, Will Buttleman, Charlie Griffiths, Jack Ebron, Tom Oakley, Harry Phillips and James Redwood. It's a pleasure to have Tom with us, who knows a lot more about Northern than I'm likely to. So what are we expecting from the Northern innings, Tom?
I think they won't be too disappointed to have been asked to bat. I think that's probably what they would have chosen to do. I think the strategy throughout this cup run has been to bat first, get runs on the board, and then the bowling unit's been excellent at putting pressure on in the second half of the game, in the second innings. So, I mean, obviously it's what Brentwood wanted to do as well, so it's worked out well for both sides.
Yeah, I think the first power play, which is for the first 8 overs, is going to be key. It depends on what type of start either team can make from that. Get a couple of 3 wickets early, and obviously the pressure's going to be on, but they could get off to a flyer, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the pitch is like. I think a lot of these players won't play on a county ground very often. So it's a question of how it plays, and we'll see as the umpires are coming out now.
Yeah, they're using the same pitch as they used for the Warwickshire 4-day game, which finished on Thursday. Having said that, there was a lot of rain around, so it probably only had 2 full days play on. So out to the middle of the wicket come the 2 umpires, Matt Tyrers and James Cole. For those of you who follow Worcestershire cricket and Birmingham League cricket, you'll know James from the Birmingham League. Matt, I believe, is from the Lancashire area, but I might be totally and utterly wrong there. But they're out to the middle now, so it won't be long till we're on our way.
It's a slightly unfortunate coincidence that we've got an umpire with the same name as one of the captains, but it is just a coincidence, I can assure you.
Absolutely. So, you might hear a very raucous crowd. That seems to be the Northern guys. They've brought good following down, a couple of coachfuls. So it should claim to be a very, very good atmosphere.
Aaron West, would you please welcome Brentwood? Batting for Northern, would you please welcome Chris Laker and Liam Gray?
So opening the batting for Northern today are Chris Laker.
That's Chris Laker and Liam Gray coming out.
So I understand that both of them have scored over 500 runs in league cricket this year, I understand, so they've been going very well. But I think the star of Northern time is Tyler McLadery, is that right?
Yes, over the past 2 years he's scored more runs in league cricket than anybody else in the country. His numbers have been down this year on his own high standards, but he's still played a lot of match-winning innings. I think it's been certainly up in the northwest, it's been a tough year for batters generally, but Tyler McLadery is one of those who's still been up there.
It's interesting to see he's had a tough year. From looking at the stats, he's still scored over 1,500 runs. That's the kind of tough year I'd like.
Definitely, yeah. It was more than 2,000 in all competitions last year. So.
Charlie Griffiths.
So Chris Laker's going to take strike. Charlie Griffiths will be taking the new ball from the New Road end of the ground. And as Tom said, we think the first 8 overs are going to be very key. They've started with a man out on the cover point boundary and a guy out at square leg. So they are expecting, I think, Northern to go hard, looking at the way they set the field.
And the keeper's up to the stumps as well.
And yeah, so a little bit of medium pace to start by the looks of it. In fact, they're starting with a spinner by the looks of it. So forcefully pushed back there by Chris Laker. Nice action, left arm over the wicket. Found the edge there, no run. And finds a fielder with a third ball. So 3 dot balls to start with. Certainly be the testing first over to start with, Tom.
Yeah, he looks to be finding his range very quickly. Not letting the batters get away.
Taps the 5th ball of the over back. So Charlie will be looking to bowl a maiden with the first over of the day's play. Positive shot through to mid-on, but a maiden over for the first over of the day. Looks like nerves might be playing a bit of a part there, Tom.
So there seems to be plenty of positive intent. Just found mid-on a couple of times, and like I say, the bowler was on the mark straight away. Good sign for Griffiths. Liam Gray on strike now, the all-rounder for Northern. He opens the batting and the bowling.
Yeah, he's taken over 30 wickets in league cricket this year. Is that right? And from the Diglis end, we've got Ben Allison, known to Worcestershire fans. He's had a couple of loan spells over the last couple of years here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, and as I mentioned earlier, he has signed a contract and will be with us at Worcestershire starting in 2025. This could be very, very interesting, because if he hits his straps and the ball does a little bit, it could be very, very difficult today.
I wonder if having Allison knowing the surface, able to come in from that end, was part of partly behind the decision to field first.
Could be a major factor. Good length ball to start with, defended away by Liam. Allison into bowl again. Oh, and beats the outside edge with a very good delivery.
Good carry there as well. Keeper taking it head height.
Yeah, and I think with county pitches generally you're going to get a lot more carry and bounce. What you do sometimes see those, because league bowlers probably aren't quite as quick, it sometimes doesn't get through. But we know that Ben's going to be bowling probably upwards of 80 miles an hour. So yeah, great carry and bounce at this time of the game so far. And he comes again. Another great ball there. There might be a little bit in it for the bowlers early doors with the morning dew having probably just burnt off. Be interested to see how that develops over the day, I think.
It is earlier than league cricketers are used to playing as well, of course, by a couple of hours.
Absolutely.
By an hour or two. But yeah, looks to be a strong start for the bowlers so far.
So, start of the game, we've had 9 dot balls. Just a reminder to our viewers that the power play is for the first 8 overs. Another dot ball, a very long, big swing, a wish of the bat there. Goes through to the keeper. So the first power play, the fielding side is allowed to have 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. And Brentwood have gone with a fine leg and a third man. Fairly standard, I'd say, with a bowler of Alison's class.
And the pace, certainly, it's more likely to go down there than anywhere else. Putting a lot of pressure on. It's a good start.
Oh!
Right through him.
Didn't have much of a clue what was going on there, I think, in fairness to Liam. I think Ben's really hit the straps first off here. We've got 11 balls bowled, 11 dot balls. And bowling this well at this early, it does create pressure and sometimes can bring a false shot from the batters, can't it?
Does certainly feel under pressure to get the scoreboard ticking. That's the thing. Yeah, the power play is very important to both sides.
And another swing and miss there by Liam Gray. Finishes out with another maiden over. So Northern 0 of 2 overs.
That has to go down as a good start for the bowling side.
A good toss to win, might say, at this stage.
Yeah, you could say. Early days yet, though. It's all about giving yourself a chance as a batter, I guess, isn't it? You want to get the scoreboard moving, but you also don't want to be back in the pavilion too early.
Absolutely. So both teams have made their way through 6 qualifying games to get here. From the results, it's been fairly comfortable all the way through, albeit in the semi-final Northern had a rain-affected game and went through with winning on DLS. Another dot there for Charlie Griffiths. And turned onto the onside for the first runs of the game. Always a relief to get the mug off the back there to get the first run on the board.
Didn't happen for me too often when I was playing.
As for Brentwood, they've had a fairly easy march to the final, winning the semi-final by 128 runs. So I think we're looking at 2 very, very strong teams here, and hopefully we'll see a few fireworks in a wee while. It's now going to be Charlie Griffiths to Liam Gray. Finds a leading edge but doesn't carry to the fielder. Building pressure all the time. He's given the ball opportunity to grip and bounce and grip and turn.
Yeah,
giving the guys, yeah, going to get them on the front foot driving to see whether they can force an error here.
Mm-hmm.
Shout for LBW.
High, I'm going to say. I think it hits him on the chest.
High and going down, I think.
Apart from that,
it was brilliant.
Excellent shout, yeah.
A swing and a miss again. Final ball of the over. 1 run off it. Northern 1 for no wicket off the first 3 overs. And again, it's just building of that pressure a little bit more. A couple of false shots we saw there already.
Yeah, it's what sort of a wild attempted slug sweep. I think he was aiming down here. Liam Gray off that last ball. But yeah, apart from the single ruining the bowler's figures there, it's been an excellent start. We'll see if Alison can keep up the pressure. Bowling to Laker for the first time.
Have the Northern guys been together a long time? Do they do much recruitment, or have they grown organically as a club with their makeup?
They've been a very settled side for a long time. They don't really go in for sort of big, huge amounts of recruitment. They signed McGladdery a couple of years ago. I after making big runs for Rainhill in the comp. That's 4.
Allison just slides down leg there and a clip off the hip for the first boundary of the day to Chris Laker.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and suggest it might be Chris Laker's birthday.
He shares his birthday with some very famous alumni cricketers as well today. So it's Patrick Patterson's birthday today.
Okay.
Nathan Astle's birthday today.
Right.
And a cricketer from this area played here, Steve Watkin of Glamorgan and Worcestershire, who's his birthday today as well. So happy birthday, Chris. Another dot ball there for Ben Allison. Other birthdays today, just to really enlighten our listeners, is Jimmy Carr's birthday today. We won't go down his comedy routine today because I don't think it's appropriate. And Prince Harry will obviously be having some kind of American cake rather than a British cake today. Allison coming round the wicket. And a big swing there. Good bit of fielding. And just the single.
Saved 3 runs there, didn't we?
Absolutely.
Very quick. We were saying about how the ball's going to go quite fast down to fine leg, and fine leg was in short, but managed to cut that one off. It's a good bit of fielding. Yeah,
I think Chris Laker has now signalled his intent. I don't think he's going to be holding back.
No, I don't think either of them are. Really, it's just a question of getting bat on the ball and trying to get it away, particularly for Liam Gray, who's not managed to get off the mark yet.
Yep, he's faced 10 balls without scoring so far. Allison into Liam Gray. And he runs it down nicely to third man to get himself off the mark.
Particularly with the right and left combo, they want to be rotating the strike as much as they can, I think.
Yeah, so, it definitely unsettles the bowlers early part until they get settled into their own rhythm. Allison into bowl again. Oh, up in the air and taken. First wicket of the day. Laker caught off the bowling of Allison.
Yeah, it's like you say, the signal is intense there, but the execution wasn't there. He sort of he didn't get hold of it at the top edge, pretty much straight up in the air, and as straightforward as catches get for mid-off.
So the first wicket falls with the score on 7. As soon as we get the catcher's name, we'll let you know on that.
Captain Aaron West.
Yeah, good catch. Always difficult, a lot of pressure as it goes. So Court West bowled Allison for 6, score at 7 for 1. The new
going into bat, Tyler McGladdery.
So Tyler McGladdery into bat, and as you say, Tom, he's a guy that they signed a couple of years ago who's been a heavy run scorer for the club. What kind of style will we see from Tyler today?
He's very positive batter. He likes to get on the front foot, sort of metaphorically more than literally, and put pressure on the bowlers and the fielders. He's a quick runner as well. I saw him earlier in this competition. He made 90 odd at Lee, match-winning knock there. When he was batting, they went through a period of about 10-12 overs without finding a boundary, a big playing surface up at Lee, but because they were rotating the strike so much, they were still going at 5-6 and over, without beating the fielders. So let's see how he goes.
First ball, big shout for LBW. Given not out. So that's the end of the 4th over. And Northern are 7 for 1. The man out in that over, Chris Laker, caught by Aaron West off the bowling of Ben Allison for 6. You can certainly see by the way he shaped up there that he's going to try and be positive. Mm-hmm. I think runs on the board can always add pressure to the second innings, so it's it's going to be interesting how this now develops.
Very good start for Brentwood halfway through the power play to have removed one of the openers at such low cost as well.
Absolutely. Charlie Griffiths into bowl to Liam Gray. And again, just pushed back to Charlie there.
Still not quite timing it, is he?
No, definitely not. I think it's like you say, it's a different type of surface than they're used to at club cricket, and very often it would take a little bit of time to get used to the pace and bounce. And pushed up to mid-off for a dot ball again. It's quite a round-armed action he's got, which is quite unusual. Pushed out to the cover point boundary.
Is that the first run off Griffith?
Second run.
No, the single, the square leg.
So he's going to come over the wicket to McGladdery.
I was talking to the Northern captain James Cole earlier this week, and he sort of highlighted that after this ball. Yeah, he highlighted the flexibility that they've got in their batting order, because if the top order comes off and then numbers 4, 5 and 6 are coming in the last 10 overs, then they've got power hitters who can do that. But if they need someone to steady the ship to come in at 4, if they lose a couple of quick wickets, then they've got that in the locker as well.
Turned around the corner by McGladdery there. Going to pick up 2. Good fast running there.
So important, especially when the boundaries aren't coming, when they're not timing the ball yet and finding the gaps to turn those 1s into 2s.
Kept a little bit low, that one through to the keeper, and that's the end of the 5th over. Northern moved on to 10 for 1. Yeah, I think getting the scoreboard ticking over if you're not finding the boundary is like you said at the game at Lee, where they managed to do that and keep the scoreboard ticking. So when eventually you do start timing it, that big acceleration can really help the innings later on, can't it?
Definitely, and it gets the fielders. It puts yards into the fielders' legs as well, and that can make a difference as well if they're a bit more leggy later in the game, less likely to chase down those ones in the outfield.
So Ben Allison's continuing from the Diglis end. He's coming over the wicket to Liam Gray, who's on 2 from 14 balls. Needless to say, I think he's been struggling a little bit. And another great delivery by Allison, beating the outside edge.
I wonder at what stage he'll sort of think he's only got 8 overs. We'll see him off.
Yeah, I would guess that they'd probably keep him back for 2, 3, maybe 4 overs. It would be probably the most sensible thing to do. It is quite strange for a limited overs game that it is red ball, so the ball is going to stay probably will do more for the whole game as opposed to a white ball that, as we know, does soften very quickly. Good ball again, defended out onto the onside.
About one broke till into it.
It's all right. Allison into bowl again.
It's out.
And he's caught behind. Bouncer from Allison there.
Very high. But I think if he'd left it might have been a wide, that. But found the edge.
So caught by the wicket keeper off the bowling of Ben Allison. Keeper James Redwood.
Explored great buildings and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
So Northern have slipped to 10 for 2 in the 6th over. Another wicket for incoming Worcestershire player Ben Allison. A short ball that Liam Gray tried to take on. Got a glove onto it, through to the keeper. It was great that he was starting to show intent, but he was seeming to be struggling against Allison a little bit early doors, would you say?
Definitely, I think Allison's been troubling the batters a lot with his pace and hitting that length outside off stump mostly. Then when he got the short one, you know, on his shoulders, he tried to hook it, but it's got a top edge and a great one-handed catch by the keeper as well. Jack Kennedy is the new batter.
So Jack Kennedy, from my research that I've done, he scored just over 600 runs in the league season this year. Young lad by the looks of it. Has he been with the club long?
2 or 3 years, I think. He's definitely come on a lot this year.
The batsman is Jack Kennedy.
He opens in the league games generally. Him and Chris Laker open in the league games. And yeah, young lad, good technique.
Facing a fired up Ben Allison. Lets the first one go. Good leave.
I think sometimes you have to be pragmatic in this situation when a bowler's steaming in like this and the bowler's on top. You sort of have to see it off, don't you?
Absolutely, it might be just a case of you can go one of two ways. I'm guessing that Tyler McGladder is going to go on the attack to try and do that, but it's sometimes very circumspect for the other guy to just try and take a little bit of time out of the game and go for the acceleration later on. Left again by Jack Kennedy. One ball left in the over. With 6 overs into the first power play, which, as we mentioned, is 8 overs, where the fielding has a restriction of only 2 players outside of the 30-yard circle. Allison.
Brentwood well on top so far.
Turned away on the leg side, down towards fine leg. They'll come back for 2. So Jack Kennedy off the mark in the first over he's faced. Scores 12 for 2 after 6 overs. And yeah, I think you're right, Brentwood are on top. I think the next couple of overs, just to see how they decide to go about it, whether they take the bowlers on to try and get them out of the rhythm or try and rebuild a little bit. But at the moment, you have to say it's all Brentwood.
I wonder if sometimes the end of the power play can sort of work in the batter's favour in a way. It can be a bit of a reset. There'll be presumably more gaps in the infield as players go out. They can start a bit easy to rotate the strike. They won't be finding the fielders that are in the ring as much. Absolutely.
Charlie Griffiths into bowl for his 4th over. Beaten on the inside edge there again. And McGladry tried to work the ball away onto the onside, and it just slipped under his bat. It's a good opening spell here by Charlie Griffiths. Pushed out onto the leg side for 1. So it'll be the first time that Jack Kennedy is facing Charlie Griffiths. So again, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how he plays spin at this early in the innings, because he wouldn't have had that regularly, I would guess, during the league season.
I mean, the left-arm spinners in particular are very dominant in the Liverpool competition. A lot of the teams go for an overseas left-armer for their pro, so they quite often hold at one end for the whole game.
And he's worked one away onto the onside. First ball he's faced there for a single. Griffiths into bowl. No single there this time.
They seem to have decided, I think, that rotation is the way to go rather than going for the big shots at this stage.
Which is a sensible approach, bearing in mind they've gone 2 down very early doors.
2 attacking shots, both of them as well. And sad that he plays a big sweep.
Sweep from outside the off stick. Just the single to the man out there on the boundary, who fumbles it before lobbing it in to his teammate who was fielding at mid-wicket. Last ball of the over. And played back defensively for a dot. So Charlie Griffiths' first 4 overs have gone for just 7 runs. He's bowled very tidily. Northern are 15 for 2 off 7 overs. And it looks like Allison is continuing from the Diglis end for what is the last over of the power play.
It's his 4th out of his 8, so if they do want to save him, hold him back for a decent spell towards the end, they might be looking at a change. I believe they've got 2 left-arm spinners in the lineup as well, Brentwood. I was speaking to Owen West earlier in the week, and he said that in terms of the profile of the bowlers, they've got a similar side to Northern, who've also got two left-arm spinners in Sefton and Wilson. So
I see Tom Sefton has taken over 60 wickets in the league this year.
That's
some achievement.
It's standard for him.
Oh, lovely on drive. And they chase it down.
Good fielding.
Good bit of fielding there. And they just take the 2.
Outfield isn't the quickest, is it? A bit of rain on it.
Yeah, it's because of all the flooding that we get a lot of silt over the ground.
Right.
And whilst they can bring back the square not very well, the challenge is, so obviously the outfield is such a large area, you're unable to do a lot of the work on the outfield, so it is a lot slower than most first-class outfields.
Okay.
Allison to bottom McGladdery. Played out to the covers. No run. So if you're just joining us here at Visit Worcestershire New Road, currently Northern are 17 for 2 off 7.2 overs. Both wickets going to Worcestershire new boy Ben Allison as he comes into bowl to McGladdery. Oh, almost a run out there. Quick single taken, great pick up and throw, narrowly missing the stumps. And I think you're right, Tom, by trying to rotate the strike, they've taken the risk out of the shot, but that was a bit risky.
That was a risk. I don't think that was a good single. I think, it was fairly close to the stumps. I think, obviously, it's never easy hitting 2.5 stumps, but I think the field will be a little bit disappointed that he didn't pull that off, to be honest.
Absolutely. So, Allison now into Jack Kennedy, who's on 3. Defensively pushed back off the back foot for no score.
It's looking tidy, looking organised so far, Kennedy.
Absolutely.
I think he's the only one who's come out and not really tried to play any big shots yet, and I think it does seem like certainly against this opening pair that's the way to go, because they're bowling very well.
They're bowling a very tidy line in length. They're not going for many runs. 2 early wickets in the power play. I think we can safely say at this stage that the power play goes to Brentwood. Another defensive shot out to mid-on for no run. So 1 ball left of this power play.
It's important to be able to, as a batting side, change your expectations on the fly, I guess. If they come out thinking, we've been put into bat, which is the way we prefer to do things. Let's put them under pressure, and it doesn't come off. You then have to be able to regroup and rethink and have another look and
have a plan B.
Exactly, yeah.
And a final ball pushed out to the cover point area for no run. So the end of the first power play, Northern at 18 for 2 after 8 overs. And as I mentioned a couple of balls ago, I think we can say, Tom, that Brentwood are very much in the ascendancy at the moment.
Yeah, great start by both Allison, who's got the reward of the 2 wickets, and Charlie Griffiths as well, who's bowled very tight. From the first over, he was right on the money. It'll be interesting to see how the first bowling change here. Interesting to see how the change bowlers can back it up now. The fielders can spread out a bit.
Bowling at the New Road end, Ian Belchamber.
So we have a new bowler, Ian Belchamber,
The other
on from the New Road end. Another left arm
speaker.
spinner. By the looks of it, he's going to bowl around the wicket. Looking at the way the batsman's set up there, coming between the umpire and the stump, so changing the angle. But a good ball to start and a dot.
So we've got the deep cover here. We've got the mid long on is out. Deep square leg is out, and have they got a third as well? Can't see from my angle. They're allowed 4, aren't they?
They are now in the second power play. A bit short, swung away. Great bit of fielding on the boundary again. Just for the 2. They've just got the 3 men out currently by the looks of it, Tom. But I think if you do pitch the ball in short as a spinner, you are going to be taken apart today, I think. It's a good pitched up ball there, though. And pushes away for a dot. Chamberlain to bowl again. And another dot. Again looking to just bowl very much wicket to wicket, make the batsman try and play as much as possible, and try and force something away.
They haven't been able to leave any alone or sort of free their arms. Nothing's been in their arc, has it?
Absolutely not.
That's
and that looks like it could be a boundary. Another great piece of fielding on the boundary there. Another 2 runs. A sweep from just outside off
Is that
stump.
Allison down there?
I'm not sure who it is down there.
I think can't keep him out of the game.
So last ball of the 9th over. Val Chamberlain to McGladdery again. Attempted reverse sweep. That's taken by the keeper. And that's the end of the 9th over. 22 for 2. McGladdery 11 off 17. And Jack Kennedy 3 off 8 deliveries.
So who's coming on at this end now? Is it still Allison? Is he's walking over quite purposefully, isn't he?
He is indeed. I think it must be. I think Ben Allison is continuing from the Diglis end of the ground. So that confirms us that it was Ben who was doing the fielding down there. So 2 great pieces of work down there.
I think it's a good move, to be honest, keeping him on, because he's been so much on top of the.
I think there is a bowling change. So
that's Harry Phillips.
So the new bowler is Harry Phillips from the Diglis end. So it was Harry Phillips doing the fielding there. Our mistake. Apologies for that. By the looks of it, he's going to be a left arm over. So they've got good variation in their attack. So Phillips into bowl. Worked out on the onside for a single.
A bit of bat in that, or was it leg by, I think? No, there's a bit of bat in it. It's been an inside edge. So So we've got a deep square leg, fine legs out, third man's out. The deep square leg's moving to backward square leg now.
Into ball to McGladdery. Pushed out for a quick single.
They've got a deep cover out as well.
So they're taking full advantage of the second power play by getting the men out, which isn't unusual when you're looking at your backup bowlers, that some might call them. I don't think if Ben Allison was bowling, he'd have the same field.
No, someone coming on, they'll want that protection, I guess.
Absolutely.
Although it does make it easy to rotate the strike, so it works both ways, I guess.
And that's the first maximum of the game.
Great
to
shot.
Jack Kennedy. Wasn't even that short, but he's picked it up magnificently well.
Almost casual. Rolled the wrists on that, didn't it? It was,
So having started by rotating the strike for the first couple of overs he's been in, he's decided enough's enough.
I'm gonna
Let's
hit a
take
six
let's take this guy on.
over the head of the man who's put there exactly for precisely that shot. Fair enough, he backed himself and he took it on.
And turned away onto the onside for another single. So it's 9 off the over so far, from what hasn't really been a bad over.
No, there's one that was, banged down a little bit, and clearly Kennedy decided to take it on, and it came off. I mean, if he'd misjudged it slightly, it was straight down the fielder's throat.
I think he's been able to trust the pitch, and I think that helps. Beaten on the outside edge that time though. Phillips to McGladdery. So 1 ball left of the 10th over. Phillips into bowl.
That's a nice shot.
Played down towards third man.
I think that's gone.
And beats the man down there with a tried to dive to keep it in, but beats the man for a boundary to McGladdery. So that's 13 off Phillips's first over. Northern now 35 for 2 after 10 overs.
That's the first bit of width certainly McGladdery's had, and he was able to guide it down through the gully, and it beat the field on a boundary.
I think this next 10 overs will set the tone for Northern about where they think they can get to. If they can get through these next 10 overs without losing a wicket, rotate the strike and up their scoring, I think it sets the game up quite well for them.
Definitely, yeah. The difficulty batting first is that you don't really know what a good score is, I guess, but they've played plenty of cup cricket certainly over the last few years. 2 successful runs in both the 40 over and the 20 over this year, and winning the Lancashire Cup last year as well, of course. They're very experienced in cup cricket.
So Balchamber into bowl his second over, and it's worked out towards the deep cover boundary for a single.
Yeah, Kennedy's looking very correct. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse here, but he's looking very organised, very tidy. Came through the ranks at Northup Hall in North Wales as a lad, and signed for Northern 3 years ago. To make the step up, a couple of divisions in the comp.
Balchamber into bowl again. Worked away. Quick single, smart single there, keeping that scoreboard rotating as much as they can. It's interesting that Balchamber goes around the wicket. It creates a different angle for the left-hander, which is very unusual.
To the left-hander, certainly, yeah. Especially with limited overs, wide rules in play. You think it wouldn't take much to stray down the leg side, then you've got to bowl it again,
Absolutely. Another single worked out there Takes a lot of discipline to make sure you keep bowling the right line and length.
And of course, if you push it across too far, then you give the batter the chance to free his arms a bit. But he's been on the money so far. It's a tight single.
A tight single. Made it again. And Brentwood have got to be a little bit careful here by allowing them to keep on rotating the strike. They'll be starting to get frustrated themselves. But Chamberlain for the final ball of the over. Oh, bit of bounce there. And finishes with a dot, 4 off the over. Northern 39 for 2 off 11.
So yeah, they definitely seem to have decided that rotating the strike with the odd, punishing the bad balls, but try and rotate the strike so even the good balls go for a single. I think they've decided that's the way to go.
And they're just starting to build their own little bit of pressure now, aren't they? But by doing that, you're building pressure the other way. They've now put on, they're starting to put on a very, very good partnership. Last wicket, the second wicket fell down on 10, so they've already put on 29 in albeit only 6 overs. So they're just starting to just put the pressure back onto Brentwood a little bit. Phillips into bowl. Defensive push there by McGladry for no run. It's big over this for Phillips after the last one.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I don't think he'll think he did too much wrong. He's got punished for a couple of slightly short and one wide one.
Into bowl again, Phillips from the Diglis Road end. Again pushed out into the covers for no run. Slightly overcast here now at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Started bright and sunny. A little bit of cloud cover now, but still fairly warm. Phillips into bowl. Beating him on the inside edge. Good ball there by Phillips. Starting to get into a better rhythm now.
Very much so, yeah. Been a very accurate start for the bowlers for the most part. There's been very little wide and absolutely nothing down the leg side. There's been no wides yet, has there?
No, not as yet. In fact, no extras at all in the innings. We can almost guarantee within the next couple of balls then we'd have made sure that happens.
Not bad, no.
Another dot ball. 4 dot balls in the over. Just a reminder, Phillips had gone for 13 in his first over, so we'll be very pleased now to have got 4 dots in his second over. Into bowl. Slightly shorter, wide, out to the cover boundary for a single. So 1 ball to go in this over. Harry Phillips into bowl. Inside edge into his own pad. A good over there by Harry Phillips. Just the 1 run off it.
Yep.
Northern now 40 for 2 off 12 overs. I think Harry would have been a lot more pleased with his over there than his first one.
Definitely, yeah. Although, if you look at the profile of the deliveries, there was a short one which, instead of finding the boundary, found the fielder on the cover boundary, so it was just a single. So
it'll give him a little bit of confidence.
Yeah.
And currently then Northern 40 for 2. McGladry is 19 off 28, and Kennedy 13 off 15. Going at just over 3 and over, but at this stage they're not going to be too concerned about that. It's how they can accelerate through the innings which will be the key for Northern. Belchamber's going to continue from the New Road end. Bowling left arm around the wicket. He's tried to scoop that from outside off stump. And he's got a top edge into the helmet, so we will have a concussion protocol now, as is required in recreational cricket.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Just so you know, we've got a delay in proceedings, as is required in the recreational game. If a player has impact on his head, either by the ball or on the field, or collision with the player, then the umpires are on duty bound to go through the concussion protocol. It was very much a glancing blow, however it needs to be done. I'm now joined in the commentary box by Ian Livingston. Your thoughts so far, Ian?
It was an interesting start. It now feels a little bit more level. Keep it simple. Yeah, Brentwood were absolutely spot on from the very beginning. There's no two ways about it. Both ends, both bowlers. I think Northern batters, I'm not saying they didn't know what had hit them, but it took them by a little bit by surprise. But they just seem to have found a little bit of rhythm now, and we'll see whether this knock to the head made any difference. I doubt it will, to be frank. It was that much of a glancing blow, but we'll see where it goes. 40 for 2 after, was it 12 overs? Interesting.
Yeah, I think probably the pace of Ben Allison probably shocked them a little bit, because they're not going to be used to that kind of pace week in, week out. Yeah,
and I think he got a little bit of uneven bounce as well sometimes. I mean, he got one out with a borderline bouncer full stop, but there was a couple of balls that he was bowling where you thought, actually, that should have got up a little bit more as well. So that made it a little bit difficult for the batters.
Short and wide, hit out to cover point boundary for the single. Yeah, and with county pitches, they have a little bit more carry and bounce, which again probably catches your club player out initially. What I like the way that Jack Kennedy's come in. He's come in and had a feel around first of all to get used to the pace and bounce, and he's just starting to build now. Belchamber into bowl again. Yeah, fielders are getting interested in that one.
I think you could see with Chris Laker in particular at the beginning that there was a little bit of lost his patience. He wasn't going the way he'd normally go, and then he ended up stepping down the track to Ben Allison, didn't he, and trying to bang one back.
Oh, and he's gone for the little scoop around the corner. The fielders have gone up. Umpire retirers.
Replay potentially there, because
so umpire retirers not interested in that one. Going to try it again. Another dot, and we have another concussion protocol.
If you don't succeed first time, try again.
So again, we'll have a paramedic come on. They'll ask the batsman a couple of mundane questions, and
I think we can see from Jack Kennedy's face,
he's absolutely fine.
He is.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
So we're back live after our second concussion protocol of the over. It was brought in by the ECB at the beginning of this season to ensure the safety of players, so we have no problem in this happening. It's important that it does, as Belchamber comes into bowl his final ball of delivery. Oh, wow, that was a good ball.
He's getting some bounce, isn't he?
Absolutely. That was a great over by Belchamber. Only one off it. Northern now 41 for 2 off 13. Belchame's only gone for 9 in his 3 overs. On top of the opening bowler, who only went for 7. Charlie Griffiths only went for 7 and 4. They're really tying that end up nicely.
It is, and I think, looking from the outside in, what's interesting for us is that we know Northern have got these spinners as well. So are they going to be watching this and going, right, we know exactly where Tom Sefton's going to bowl? Is he going to start at the beginning of the innings? Is he going to bowl at this end? They'll have been sidling it out before the game, but now they've seen it actually in action.
So most of the commentators will be joining me today are from the Merseyside area, so we're trying to tell them that they can't be totally biased in favour of Northern.
But bear in mind, we're here for the Premier League cricket show, so we follow all the 32 Premier Leagues around the country.
Absolutely, and that was a great cover drive there by McGladdery. Puts Phillips away for the first boundary of the over. So tell us a little bit more about your Premier League podcast.
Well, we've been around now just about 9 or 10 months, and we've gone from 0 to covering 32 Premier Leagues in that time. It's borderline impossible to cover all 32 every week, but we get a guest on every single week from one of the leagues around the country, and we'll chat about what's been going on in that league, but we'll also then talk about 4 or 5 leagues week in, week out, and just get a feel for what's happened in the Birmingham District League, for example, or the North East Premier League. And then towards the end of the season in particular, we've been focused on leagues that were going down to the last day of the season. There's been some really cracking leagues that have gone right down to the end, so we've had a guest on to talk about what's going to happen in those leagues going forward, which has been fabulous, as you can imagine. And then we've been very, very lucky with some of the other guests. We started a series earlier this year called Overseas of the Crease, which is the professional overseas players who've been coming to play in the UK and grace our Premier Leagues. And Jordan Silk, who was playing for Brentwood, he was one of our guests a few weeks ago, one of the nicest gents you'll ever meet, and he was kind enough to send me a video last night just wishing the Brentwood lads well for today. So it's been nice to be able to spread our love, to be frank, and give the Premier Leagues the credit that it deserves, because as we've seen today, the quality of the cricket is really, really bloody good, to say the least, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's interesting to say about the leagues going down to the final day of the season. I think for the first time in Birmingham League history, there were 12 dead rubber games yesterday.
Yes.
So which is unusual.
Well, Smethwick had got that job done well and truly a few weeks ago, hadn't they, to win that league? So
they had. It
wasn't a big deal in there. There was the East Anglia League yesterday, where 3 teams went into the final day potentially winning the league. In the North Staffs and South Cheshire League yesterday, at the start of the day, 6 teams out of 12 could have won the Premier League. By half time it was really only 3. And in the end, Hemheath won it, having retained the title, and I made it very clear on our show earlier this year, Hemheath started the season with the worst possible start of any champions from 2023. I think they've won 1 out of the first 8 games. They were down at the right at the bottom, but they've now won, I think, 15 out of 16 and cruised it.
That's some run to go on, isn't it?
It is.
So Harry Phillips, he's gone for 6 off his first 4 balls, 5 of them off the bat, and our first extra of the day, a leg bye.
First extra of the day?
It is indeed.
In the 14th over?
Absolutely.
That means the umpires have got very, very untired arms. They've done
it was a good ball, that. Catches the edge and runs down to third man.
So the umpires have actually signalled for the helmet protocol more than they have for any extras.
Indeed.
Doesn't happen very often, does it?
Absolutely not. End of the 14th over. It's 48 for 2. These two have put on 38 so far, and they look fairly well set at the moment. Yeah,
Tyler was the leading run scorer in ECB Premier Leagues across the whole of the country last year. By his own admission, spoke to him this week on our pod, he's not had the best of years, but he's also, and it's quite widely known, he's been struggling with a knee injury right throughout the season. So he's still scored a hell of a lot of runs this year, but not at the level that he's done previously. And Jack's been quite a revelation for Northern this year. They would have been
a lovely reverse sweep there, and that races away for 4. Great shot by Tyler McGladdery there. He tried it a couple of times last over, it didn't come off. Well, as you said, try again, and eventually it'll come off, and that's gone out the middle of the bat for 4 runs.
Tyler is not afraid to try things, trust me. We've had the pleasure of being with Northern at the last 2 rounds. Just pure coincidence that where we've chosen to go, it's been them in the last 2 rounds. We saw them at Kimberley in the semi-final, and a tremendous game against Kimberley, who did really well there. And Brentwood, of course, beat Bath in the semi-final, which was
They did, yeah.
a phenomenal game.
Won by 8 wickets.
Yeah, which I said to Joe and Will Buttleman this week, I said, it makes it look like quite an easy win, that. And they said it was far from it. But it was... Jordan Silk batted absolutely beautifully in that semi-final for them, and helped get them home. And for anyone who wants to see what club cricket means to anybody, if you check our socials and look for Jordan Silk, the hug that he gives his colleagues at the end of that match, this is one of Australia's best Big Bash players. It meant to him. It really did mean to him, which is great to see, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's gone. You say he's gone back home now?
He is. He went back after their last game of the season, scored a nice ton, I think it was, at the end of the season again, and he's back ready to play Sheffield Shield cricket for Tasmania. And then I think he'll be back with the Sydney Sixers for the Big Bash in the winter, when we'll be all miserable with our Christmas and dark nights and all that type of stuff.
Comes down the wicket but plays it defensively. He's Jack Henry just looking to upset the rhythm here of Ian Belchamber. He's bowling tidy. I was saying to Tom about the fact that he's going around the wicket with and firing it in. It's an unusual angle to bowl from, but it seems to be quite effective for him. Yeah,
and I think the opening bowler at this end was very similar in that it was quite a slingy action, and it was very sharp coming. It was almost like a discus coming down rather than a cricket ball, almost, wasn't it?
It's going to get rotation on the ball, which again the ball skids on, or it could jump up. So you're giving the batsman 2 or 3 things to think about. End of the 15th over, Northern now 53 for 2. McGladrey 31 off 38, and Kennedy 13 off 23. And just as we mentioned, the 1 extra thus far. 2 concussion protocols and 1 extra.
And I will have to say, while I'm on, if you are watching Mr. Silk, thanks for that video, because I know you are going to be in Australia watching this on the YouTube feed.
Good ball there by Harry Phillips.
What are we reckoning a par score here would be today then, Gary? You've got more experience of this ground than we have.
It's always difficult, obviously, for club cricket to come here, but I mean, these pitches for the T20 game against Yorkshire, it was a 400-run game.
Wow.
So I would suggest that you've got to be looking to score over 200. But having said that, beats the outside edge. But having said that, 180, if you bowl in a disciplined manner with good fielding, is also potentially defendable.
The pitch is a used pitch, obviously. It's the ex-county pitch from last week, I think, was it?
Yeah, for the Warwickshire game, it finished on Thursday. They gave it a water, they've given it a roll. It had only been really used for 2 full days of cricket because of the weather that we had last week. And it was rated as very good by the umpires, so always nice to see. And we've had a message from Jordan Silk saying that he is tuned in. So Jordan, welcome. I think your boys have started very, very well with the ball. Ben Allison had an exceptional first spell to take 2 early wickets, and I think as a unit they're bowling quite well.
Yeah.
Good ball there by Harry Phillips, just not giving the batsman time to free his arms. So it's 4 dot balls in this over so far.
Long way to go in the game, but it does feel as though this next 10 overs between 15 and 25 in this innings could make a substantial difference in the game here now, doesn't it? Just Northern building a little bit of continuity. I won't say momentum because it's not that fast at the moment, but a bit just building some partnership. And if they can keep it going, it'll be good for Northern. But the way Brentwood are going, they'll be more than happy with this right now, I'm sure.
Pushed out to a wide mid-on area for a single.
Yeah, the way Brentwood are performing right now has made it well worthwhile their skipper coming back from Spain from his holiday.
Oh, I don't know whether I'd have done that myself, if I'm being honest with you, Ian.
He booked his holiday a long time ago, Aaron was telling me, and he flew back in, I think it was on Friday, flies back out to Spain tomorrow. He obviously booked the holiday thinking the Essex League season would be all over, and let's be honest, it's a knockout competition this, so he didn't know whether they were going to get to the final or not, and he flew back in for it.
Now that's the end of the over. 1 run off it, 54 for 2 off 16. In the Worcestershire area, obviously we've got our leagues finished yesterday and then around the Birmingham League. However, over the next 2 weekends we have the Birmingham League playoffs for deciding which 2 teams replace Wellington and Bridgnorth into the Division 2 of the Birmingham Premier League. For those who don't know, the teams that are qualified are Stourbridge, who very old established members of the Birmingham League, Ford Houses from the outskirts of Wolverhampton, Whitchurch from North Shropshire, and the final one, Handsworth from the centre of Birmingham.
Good mix.
Now, if you've never been to see a game at Handsworth, I really recommend it. So I would suggest you take your pod there next year if they get in, because you'll have a very enjoyable time. Our Chamber back in for his... Oh, it's going to be close.
Not out.
Umpire Cole in perfect position there to give it not out as they scramble another single.
And a great example you've just described there, Gary, of the what would we call it, the ins and outs of the Premier League system in the UK. And as the Birmingham League goes into its playoffs to sort out who's coming up and who's going down, versus the Yorkshire leagues, who all 4 winners of the 4 Yorkshire leagues start next week in the White Rose Trophy with 2 semi-finals and then a final to basically decide who is the greatest club in Yorkshire this year. Everyone's different.
Pull out to the square leg boundary just for the single.
The guys here from Brentwood, they play in the Essex League, and it's just standard, who wins it.
Yeah, I think, like you say, the way it's set up, certainly in the Midlands area, we've got effectively 5 associations that feed into the Birmingham League, albeit Herefordshire don't have their own league system anymore. They all play, well, they don't all play, most of them play in the Worcestershire League, some play in the Shropshire League, depending on where they are. And we the Birmingham League reduced down to 2 divisions from 4, as was at the bequest of the ECB. About 5 years ago, pre-COVID, and it seems to be working well. Top run scorer in the Birmingham League Premier Division 1 this year was Deepak Kartik, who came over as an Indian all-rounder. And I said he hits the ball many a mile, it has to be said, and bowls some very, very useful medium pace, a heavy ball. He's been certainly the star of the show this year. From a non-overseas or professional point of view, big shout out to George Rhodes, who, playing for Barnard's Green, has scored lots of runs and taken lots and lots of wickets. That's helped Barnard's Green to their highest league position in their history, 3rd place. Yeah,
and I think around the rest of the country, we were very lucky to interview 2 weeks ago the highest run scorer in the Premier League across the whole country, Bryn Llewellyn, Australian guy who's come over from a little place called Ipswich in Queensland. We're not tractor boys, as we kept saying on the pod. He plays for the Ipswich Hornets in the grade system out there in Queensland. He's come over, and in his first time ever in the Premier Leagues in the UK, has scored more runs than anybody else across the whole of the 32 Premier Leagues.
So we're 58 for 2 off 17. Another good over there for Belchamber, just 4 off it. He's now gone for 18 off his 5. Harry Phillips back into bowl, his 5th over.
Yeah, I'm enjoying watching Harry bowl, actually.
That's a great shot. Cut off by the fielder down there, but they'll come back for 2.
Not out.
Great throw. He's actually hit the stumps directly, but he'd made his ground comfortably. Umpire showed no interest in that one whatsoever.
Well, I think he showed some interest, but not in the appeal.
So the other player, the other Indian batsman who came over into the Birmingham League, I don't know if you managed to saw any of his statistics, played for Coventry and North Warwickshire, was Jay Bister, who had to go back at the end of July, as many Indian professionals do, and he scored over 1,000 runs by the end of July. I think he'd have been up there.
He'd have been up there, definitely.
And I think there are a few who are going to be thinking about coming in for him next season.
It is the biggest dichotomy that clubs around the country have when it comes to where do they get a player from, how long they're going to be there for the whole season, they're not the whole season. There's a whole splurge of players went about 4 weeks ago. A lot of the Indian or Sri Lankan players, and they've gone. So if you've only got them for 16 weeks out of your 20-week or 22-week season, it makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely it does. Phillips into bowl again. And that's the first wide of the game.
In the 18th over.
In the 18th over. These two have now put on 51 runs, so it's a good 50 partnership for them.
Yeah, it's nice to see umpire James Cole actually use his arms there. That is the umpire James Cole, not the skipper of Northern James Cole. It's definitely going to get confusing when James goes into bat, doesn't it?
James could be given out by James, it's not going to be right.
No.
Hit into the covers for no run.
At least it wouldn't say that on the scorebook.
That is very true. It'd be quite if there was another James Cole who was bowling as well, that could make it very, very interesting. So after his first over went for 13, his next 4 overs thus far have only gone for 11, so he's certainly tightened his line in length up. Oh. And this is a different type of protocol that we might have to talk about now. He's caught Tyler McGladdery there in an uncompromising position, shall we say.
That's one way to put it. It's nice to see that actually lots of people didn't run in to say how are you.
I still think, whichever way, it is still considered, whilst you're playing the game, one of the funniest things that happens on the pitch, rightly or wrongly.
I saw it happen around about 6 weeks ago in a NCCA game when it was to a fielder, in fact. Berkshire were playing at Nantwich against Cheshire, and there was a fielder fielding at short leg for Berkshire, and Sam Perry of Cheshire pulled this ball right into the fielder's unmentionables. Now obviously he was at short leg, he had pads, he had a box on, the full works, and of course who's the first person you see laughing? It's his skipper, together with 2 or 3 other players falling to the ground. It's like, we still find it funny, don't we?
It's rightly or wrongly pulled away onto the onside boundary just for the single. 6 off the over, 64 for 2 after the 18th over. There will be a drinks break at 20 overs.
Yeah. Busiest fielder on the pitch for Brentwood is the guy who's running it back and forth with that helmet for the keeper between overs.
It's unusual for that to be happening. Normally,
I used to joke that Anush Dal at Derbyshire was the best helmet carrier in first class cricket, because I watched him for a whole season 2 years ago. In every single T20, run the helmet on. Every single over.
So we've got a bowling change at the New Road end. The Brentwood captain Aaron West is coming on to bowl.
Fresh from the beach in Spain.
Fresh from the beach in Spain. Let's hope he's got his holiday cobwebs blown away.
He's put the long sleeves on, so that tells me it's a bit cooler here.
And it's going to be a bit of medium pace, and he's bowled him! First ball! Jack Kennedy gone for 18 off 31 balls. Well, what can you say?
Well, his colleagues Joe and Will Buttleman were telling me that he was practicing on the beach last week, and I think we've just seen that practice pay straight away.
So I think this is a new warm-up that we should all be doing on a weekly basis. Out to Spain, come back, first ball, bowled him.
Bit costly.
A bit costly. Absolutely. So that was a stand of 54. So Jack Kennedy out in the 19th over from Aaron West's first ball of the game.
Tyler McGladdery just getting a drink and potentially some fresh gloves as we wait to see who's coming into bat for Northern. It's the skipper James Cole who's coming in now.
So again, the game's just swinging and ebbing and flowing. I think the power play was certainly Brentwood's. They've then got themselves back into the game. Again, I think the next 5 or 6 overs are going to be key, because lose another wicket or two,
Well, to
and
use
it
our,
makes it very interesting.
use our old friend Bumble's analogy, add 2 wickets to that, 64 for 5 is a different ball game altogether.
Very much so.
If you look back to the semi-final, Northern were in a very similar position against Kimberley, and I don't wish to put the jinx on anyone, but James Cole came out and steadied the ship then and kept things ticking over against Kimberley before I think they got to about 200 odd in the end, but they were struggling in that power play.
So Aaron West for his only second ball of the day, and he's bringing in a slip.
And we're now going to have the skipper bowling to the skipper.
Just pushed out.
Let's hope James Cole, the batter, doesn't give James Cole, the umpire, a decision to make with a stumping there, because that could be interesting.
Absolutely. Off the mark, first ball, James Cole just ran the ball off the edge, down to third man. So Tyler McGladry facing his ball, first ball from Aaron West. It's going to stay over the wicket, which opens up a few more possibilities from a wicket taking point of view.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't put a bit more pressure on with another slip potentially here now.
Good ball, pushed back down.
I'm a big believer that when you take a wicket, you immediately put the pressure on, and it doesn't matter whether it's an in batter or not, just put that little bit of extra pressure and put something in their mind.
Do you think Tyler's reputation probably sometimes buys him a little bit more freedom?
Quite potentially. You don't become the country's leading run scorer in Premier League cricket last year for nothing, but at the same time, I'm a big believer you play what's in front of you, and it's not the Tyler McGladry who scored all those runs last year. You've got to do what you got to do as a batter and a bowler, and just play the game there and then. As anyone who's watching will testify, you've got to play each ball individually, haven't you?
It's a big shout for LBW. Umpire Tyra's not out.
Was a big appeal, that. James Cole having to stay right back in the crease there, with Aaron bowling sort of medium-ish pace, maybe a little bit quicker than medium pace, but the wicketkeeper's right up behind James Cole there.
Turned away into the onside. Will just be the single as it's fielded on the boundary. 3 off the over with a wicket for Aaron West. Northern now 67 for 3 off 19 overs. And on comes the helmet carrier to do his job yet again.
He's going to have more steps than anybody else on the pitch today, I tell you. Because the wicketkeeper certainly ain't making much of an effort to get towards him with the helmet either.
Absolutely. So from a Premier League point of view, we had any massive surprises this year with winners?
Well, very interestingly, up until yesterday, there was only a couple of teams across the whole country who'd retained their championship, so a massive amount of new champions. Ormskirk retained the Liverpool and District competition yesterday, and Hemheath retained the North Staffs, but it just seems to have been one of those years where everyone has beaten everybody, and there's quite a number of champions from 2023 who ended up in 5th, 6th, 7th place in their leagues.
Moses being the typical example from Birmingham.
Exactly. Yeah. The key for me there is just shows that the standard is getting better across the board. You've not got these, what some people like to call mega clubs, purely dominating because they've got more people and more players.
So we've had a change for Diggerstroda. James Hebron in to replace Harry Phillips. First ball played out to the gully area, fielded well for a dot ball. So Jack Hebron this year taken 20 league wickets, so certainly contributed within that team. Interesting that they're going with a 6 bowler lineup. Gives them a lot more options.
A lot more options towards the end in particular. But I think you find at this standard of Premier League, at this top end, there's a lot of all-rounders. There always is a lot of all-rounders.
Yeah.
And I would always say that in some cases some clubs have all-rounders because they've got players who haven't quite made it as a batter or haven't quite made it as a bowler. When I say quite made it, I mean they haven't gone on to NCCA or they haven't gone on to first-class counties.
And that's another wide.
But at Premier League level, these are top players. And when you look at professionals who get brought in for the Premier Leagues around the country, 95% of them are dual role. It's very rare you bring someone who's just a batter or just a bowler.
I think when you're bringing somebody in as a professional, whether it be overseas, you want value for your money. I think that's as important as anything.
The chairman is looking at the bank account. He's spending a lot of money on somebody coming over for the year, for 6 months. They want them to score runs, they want them to take wickets, but they also want them to be part of the club. Coach the juniors and turn up at training and help with the guys, in the fielding drills and stuff like that, rather than just rock up and walk away. Which, I'm of an age that I do remember that was the case back in the day. We spoke to some gentlemen a few weeks ago from Lower House Cricket Club in Lancashire.
Good bit of fielding there.
I'll give a
Stopped a certain 4 there. Just got the single.
Give a mention to Jez Hope and Stan Heaton, who joined us on the pod a few weeks ago. But they will admit they're of the older vintage at Lower House Cricket Club in Lancashire. However, when I asked the question very bluntly, Premier League today versus Premier League 20, 30, 40 years ago, Stan was absolutely vehement in saying far better today.
It's interesting you say that. Obviously the Birmingham League has changed in its format probably over the last 40 years more than any other league. Went from being a closed shop to an open shop with 4 divisions. Certainly I think the standard going back to 2 divisions is a lot higher than when it was 4 divisions. The step up from county leagues to the Birmingham League is a massive step. The step up even between the 2 divisions is quite large as well.
It is.
End of Hebron's first over. He's gone 3 off it, and we're going to take drinks at 70 for 3 off 20 overs.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
So welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where we are here for the final of the ECB Club Championship. Two teams of Brentwood and Northern. Brentwood won the toss, elected to have a bowl, and at drinks of 20 overs they got Northern 70 for 3. I'd say it's fairly evenly balanced at the moment, would you say, Ian?
I'd say it's finely balanced is the way to put it. It just could go either way, this game, couldn't it, quite easily?
So we're currently joined in commentary by Ian Livingston of the ECB Premier Podcast.
Premier League cricket show, yeah. I wish we were ECB related, but we're not yet.
Oh, I can't use that one yet.
No.
Okay, and he was just telling us about a conversation he had with a gentleman at Lower House Cricket Club regarding the quality of the ECB Premier Leagues over the last 20 years. So fill us in on that one, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, what Stan was saying, and it's quite simple when you think about what he was saying. If you go back 20, 30 years ago, and I'm in my mid-50s, and I can remember back in the day, I can remember Viv Richards turning up as the pro at Rishton in the Lancashire League, and the clamour around Viv Richards turning up. We all loved Viv Richards back in the day. Didn't matter where you played cricket or watched, we all loved Viv Richards. And there was 3,000 turning up to watch him, and it was great. They passed the hat round, and it was all, it was old school. The difference then to now, though, is you might not get the Viv Richards equivalent pros, so you might get the, shall we say, the next level down of pro. However, the amateur cricketer, Stan said very clearly, are far better than they were 20 to 30 years ago. And he put it down to one thing and one thing alone: accessibility. And he said, they watch the TV, they see these professionals train, they go to the 100 games, or they go to a first class game here at Worcester, they watch them warm up. But they can also watch all of those warm ups, and they can watch all of these things on YouTube, and they can watch it on the streams. So they're mimicking to a certain extent, and as a consequence, those amateur players right across the Premier Leagues, the levels are going up. So whilst your top pros might not be there as much as they used to be, the levels below, and therefore the greater numbers, are far greater. And when he put it to me that way, I just thought, you know what, he's absolutely spot on.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
It makes a lot of sense. And
appeal for LBW there from Aaron West, turned down by umpire Tyrers.
We've interviewed 50 odd different Premier League players in the last year on the pod, and we have a lot of off the record conversations, as I'm sure you'd appreciate, and they all would agree with that totally. And I think when we go to Premier League grounds,
end of the 21st over there, just one off it for Aaron West, 71 for 3 off 21.
When we go to Premier League grounds, and you yourself will have seen this, Gary, you'll see that the guys are turning up earlier. They're doing the warm-ups. They've got a coach who's setting the warm-up with them. It might be a player coach, but they're doing all those things that we'd see when we come to New Road to watch a T20. Now, OK, if you go down to Div 7, 8, 9, you ain't going to see that. But in the Premier Leagues, this is a serious game now. There's some serious money starting to float around the leagues and around the clubs, and as a consequence, they're putting the effort in, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. It's certainly going back even 10 years ago. Certain teams within Premier League was just turning up and playing and getting away with it. But I don't think anybody can anymore.
No.
Jack Hebron back in for his second over. He's turned away into the onside for a single.
Yeah, we have a nice little way of looking at things. We have a barometer when we speak to clubs now. Is how many players do you have to hide in the field? The lower down the leagues you go, the more they have to hide in the field. We all watch county cricket, or we watch international cricket. You don't have to hide anyone in the field.
Absolutely.
I always look at Jimmy Anderson as the classic example of the most unbelievable bowler in the world, but what a fielder.
Gone are the days where you're having to hide a Monty or a Tuffers, isn't it?
Absolutely. Bless you, Tuffers. But it doesn't happen anymore now. And these days now, if you look at Div 7 in some leagues, you might be hiding 4 or 5 players. The higher up you go, you are not hiding anyone, especially at the speed of the game's being played at.
Swing and a miss there by James Cole. Jack Hebron following a fairly tidy line and length here.
And get a bit of bounce as well from that end. That end's definitely the one to get a bit of bounce from.
Diglis end always has been. You will find over the years that bowlers have always had a preferential end. So going back into the 80s, Phil Newport used to bowl from the Diglis end. And Neil Radford always bowled from the new road end, because Neil was very much a skiddier bowler than Phil, because Phil was very upright, relying on swing and seam movement. Before then, you had John Inchmore would have bowled from the new road end, and Paul Pridgeon from the Diglis end. And I think that still goes very much for the case now.
It goes right for the case across club cricket as well. It's one of those strange things when you turn up at a cricket ground and somebody starts saying, "Why is he bowling from this end?" It's something unusual, because every bowler has their preference.
Absolutely. So good over again from Jack Hebron. Only 2 off it so far. He's coming in to bowl his final ball of the over. Tyler McGladry has moved on to 39 not out. They've been very much on it with the fielding, a couple of close run-out calls, but at the end of the 22nd over, Northern moved on to 73 for 3. They just seem to be having a little bit of trouble scoring at the moment. It's not quite as free as it was in the mid-teen overs.
Yeah, the run rate's at 3.3 and over, and it's sort of stuck around that for the past sort of 10 overs or so now, hasn't it? And there's no real increase. I suppose the issue here is there's 18 overs left. They've got to be conscious of losing any more wickets, because they want to go into that last 10 overs with as many wickets as possible and really push on clearly. But then, you've already commented, Gary, they've used 6 bowlers, and there's, Ben Allison's got to come back for some more.
He's got 4 overs of his spell left.
Yeah.
So Aaron West continuing from the new road end, shuffles in. Some might call it filthy medium pace, but he's putting it there and thereabouts and trying to get the ball to do a little bit of work.
Well, I will just say, if that's filthy medium pace, Chris Wokes has made a living out of it for many years.
No, and there's nothing wrong with
absolutely. There's a lot of Premier League clubs who've got bowlers like this.
It's good running, putting the fielder under pressure, slight fumble, comes through for the single.
And over the years, Gary, you've spent a lot of time in the Premier League yourself, obviously. So, have you seen that change in the type of bowlers that are coming through, and the type of fielders aren't being hidden as much, are they?
You're very much correct. If big shout for LBW. Okay, no interest from for the appeal there from umpire Tyrers. Yeah, I think certainly fielding has improved no end. Certainly at the top level, the top Premier Leagues. You do get with the Birmingham League Division 2, there are the odd player who's being hidden, but from a bowling point of view, it's the way that teams are batting has changed as well. They're a lot more positive in their stroke play, so it's becoming a really good match-up between bat and ball. So quite easy. I mean, Smethwick scored or smashed 300 yesterday. It's a drop. It's a drop at point there. McGladry dropped on 39 off the bowling of Aaron West. Let's hope that doesn't come back to haunt them later on.
Yeah, it's definitely there's real positivity around the Premier Leagues and the way people are playing these days. There was a game down in East Anglia yesterday where Copdock and Old Ipswichian, one of the greatest names of clubs out there, I believe, they chased down 314. Swaddeston, who previous winners of this competition, they scored 314. Copdock chased them down. Great innings from Sam Arthurton again, but they had lost less wickets, so they won. 628 runs scored in that game.
And it's great to see, to have a good battle between battle, because it is still the case. If you put the ball in the right areas, Aaron West that last over came in, he's put the ball on the right spot for 6 balls. Yeah. He's been unlucky with the catch going down, but he's caught the edge on a couple of occasions and it's played down. So from that point of view, he's going to be very pleased with the way they've gone. Short ball, out down to fine leg. He's coming back for the 2, is he not? No, he was thinking about it. Yeah, sent back.
Tyler didn't have any luck at that, did he?
But because and this is where you see a good battle between bat and ball. So Aaron West is putting the ball really on a very tight line and length. He's not giving the batsman anything to play with. And again, if you're doing that in the Premier League on a Saturday, you could quite easily bowl a team out for 100, 120, but if you get that wrong, the players will punish you.
Well, we do have a post that we put out every single week on our social media called The Fastest Finish, which is the Premier League game around the country that has finished quickest in terms of the number of overs.
Now, I'm guessing Barnard's Green might be up there yesterday.
How many overs was that? I haven't looked at
They
it.
chased it down 99 overs, but I don't know how many with first innings.
Well, I think that the shortest so far this season, I haven't got my stats in front of me, but was either 27 or 29 overs in total between the two sides.
That takes some doing.
It does. And if you look yesterday, for example, in the Liverpool and District League, and this was obviously I was keeping a close eye on this yesterday with this game in mind, New Brighton were bowled out for 87 by Northern in 37 overs, and Northern decided to get their 88 in 10 overs.
Yeah, the game at Barnard's Green yesterday, Barnard's Green, West Bromwich Dartmouth. West Bromwich Dartmouth bowled out for 93 in a sedate 28 overs and knocked over in 9.2. So only the 37 overs played at Barnard's Green.
But when you're considering these games are potentially up to 100 overs plus, in some leagues, some very quick finishes.
Again, Jack Hebron here. He's bowling the ball in the right area and trying to get the ball to do a little bit of work. I was saying to Tom earlier, it is a red ball game, so the ball won't get as soft.
Nope.
And you will have seam movement and swing throughout the 40 overs. So it makes it a bit more of a challenge. Had this been a white ball game, I'm fairly confident that the ball would have been disappearing a little bit more. Clipped off his legs there for one. Moves Tyler McGladdery on to 41 from 65. 78 for 3 at the end of the 24th over.
What's your prediction here, Gary, for the final score in this innings? We're now, 16 overs to go?
It's a tough one. I think that if they can get to 180, I think that'll be a good score for them now. I think it's going to take some doing to get to 180. But that's where I think they should be looking. I think a score of over 200. If they get a score over 200, it'd be like swimming the channel for them.
And it's defendable.
Absolutely. Aaron West back in. Driven. Beats the fielder. And that's 4 runs.
That drop, as you say, could it be costly? We'll wait and see. There's a while to go yet, but Tyler's moved on to 45 now off 66.
And he's looking, other than that chance he's given, he's looked fairly comfortable.
Yeah, he's looked like the player we know he can be.
Yeah.
But it only takes one ball. Aaron's had 2 big LBW appeals. Aaron West, he's had 2 big LBW appeals against him, and he's been dropped. So there's obviously something in it still, and it's. I don't think either batter is trying to let loose like Chris Laker tried to in the first couple of overs, simply because there's enough in the pitch there, isn't there?
They've been very circumspect, not trying to play anything elaborate. Just trying to manoeuvre the ball round, and if it's slightly over pitch, go through with a shot. Aaron West into bowl, 3rd ball of the over. And it's lifted over the top for 4.
Beautiful straight drive there from James Cole.
Slightly over pitched by Aaron West, and we say he's gone through with the shot. Held the pose lovely at the end.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if one of our colleagues who are here with cameras, I can see them all talking right now, unfortunately. I don't think anyone got that photo, which I'll have to have a word with them later, obviously. Lucky enough to have colleagues with me today to try and give as much coverage of this game around the country as we possibly can. It is the pinnacle of club cricket.
Oh, he's bowled him! Aaron West again! What a lovely delivery. Again, just putting the ball in the right area. That's James Cole, bowled by Aaron West for 11 from 19 balls. We were saying how critical the next few overs were going to be. They've lost another wicket, 87 for 4.
Yeah, James looked to almost stab at that a little bit compared to the previous ball, which he went straight through on a drove back over the bowler's head. I think they're having a look at the stump to see whether it's been broken or not. Yeah, 87 for 4 off 24.4 overs is a completely different game, just that one wicket, isn't it?
Absolutely. And again, put another 2 on top of that, and who knows?
Alex Vincent coming to the crease now for Northern.
Going into bat, Alex Vincent.
One of the all-rounders you were mentioning about that they rely heavily on.
He is. He's one of he's their Aussie all-rounder. Not professional, but he is their Aussie all-rounder. I understand his partner plays in the women's team as well for Northern.
Right. Well, he would hopefully he'll appreciate a decent English cricket ground to come and play at.
Yeah, this is somewhere that Alex will be quite happy in coming playing on should be a decent deck, but it's got something. It's still got something in this. I'm even thinking 150 is a score here that could be something that's really interesting.
I think with the way that Aaron's bowling at the moment, as we said, he's putting it there and thereabouts. He's letting the ball do the work. It didn't faze him that he got hit for 2 fours.
No.
But he was still going to put the ball in his areas, try and make the batsman play, and force the error, which he did. His next couple of balls could be very interesting.
Just over pitch there a little bit to Alex Vincent's first ball. Squeezed out to just behind point, or almost gully where that fielder is, I think. I have to compliment Worcestershire County Cricket Club on the coverage you guys are giving this game today as well. It's really, really good.
Oh, he's beaten the bat there. Lucky, very lucky there, Alex Vincent, to get away with that. End of the 25th over, 87 for 4. I think 150 would be very chaseable. I think 180's more than defendable. And 200, I think, would be an exceptional score from where they are at the moment.
It will be with 15 overs to go. Now, the rule of thumb in T20, of course, is after 12 overs, double it. I always take 25 overs and double it in a 40.
Yeah,
going to take you to about 170, 175, isn't it?
Which would be a good score.
But that
on the assumption they don't lose many more wickets.
Yeah, and I still think that's tough to get there.
Still Jack Hebron from the Diglis end. Shout for LBW, not out from umpire Cole.
I think interestingly that 4 wickets gone down here, and the bowlers who've taken the wickets have been spread between Aaron and
Ben Allison. Yeah. Pushes out.
2 completely different type of bowler, but then the spinners, Charlie Griffiths went for 1.75 and over in his 4 overs. So there's something for a spinner, there's something for that medium pacer like Aaron West, and then obviously Ben pile driving in, I think is the best way to put it, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Just trying to use the pace of the ball there into the gully, no run.
Which, looking outside in, what a cracking pitch to play on with it. If the batters have got to really get stuck in, different types of bowler, it's all working for them in different ways potentially. It's a proper cricket pitch, isn't it?
Makes it a good contest. Hebron into bowl again. Took a swing at that one. Through to the keeper. No run off that ball. And again, where Tyler has got to be a little bit mindful here is that he doesn't get frustrated. We saw in the last over, there are runs available if you're willing to be patient.
Well, Northern will be looking for between 4 and 6 and over, won't they, between now and the rest of the innings?
Absolutely.
As an absolute minimum.
Good tight over so far. 5 balls gone. No run scored from the over. New batsman at the crease has only faced 2 balls. Not not been on strike more than that. So Brentwood will try and keep Tyler down this end and have a 6 balls at the new batsman again. Oh, that's a fantastic looking shot. 4 runs, straight back past the bowler. That's a 50 for Tyler McGladdery off 73 balls. And has so far been the difference. 5 fours. Score after 26 overs, 91 for 4. That really was a patient over to finish with a nice flourish.
Which is what we said, look for that ball. There's 4 or 6 in there. Each bowler's probably going to let one go, aren't they, where they can get after it, and that was the one that Tyler McGladdery decided to go after that one.
Only slightly over pitch, but he hit through the ball and it raced away to the boundary.
You can hear the Northern fans singing his name. I think 1 or 2 of the boys from Northern have come down and had a beer or 2 already, even though it's only just gone lunch. He only got into lunchtime now, hasn't it?
Absolutely. So Aaron West to continue with his medium pace. Ooh. Good pick up there by the fielder. They thought about taking the single but thought better of it.
Was that Ben Allison doing
Ben Allison, very good fielder.
Big lad, but again we talked about Jimmy Anderson, what a fielder he is.
Very mobile, yeah.
These guys are just a different class these days, aren't they?
Slightly over pitched, gets the single, and Vincent's off the mark.
Will Buttleman doing the fielding there for Brentwood in the mid-off position.
Scored a good 77 against Bath, didn't he?
He did.
And 98 against Sutton in round 4.
Yeah, Will brought Brentwood to the final together with Jordan Silk in that innings. It was his brother Joe who had a big innings a few weeks previously in one of the earlier rounds. So both Buttleman brothers have done a fantastic job in getting Brentwood here, together with Jordan obviously played a big part of it, but it's been a team game for them without a shadow. I think when you look at the way these clubs all have to play on a Sunday in particular, and availability, Saturday, Sunday, it
takes some doing to get to.
It does. To get to a national final is a big deal.
I think one of the things that the Birmingham League clubs struggle with is the amount of players that they lose to the NCAA games during the season when the ECB National Championship's on.
It's one of those remarkable conversations I've had this year 80,000 times is the best way to put it. Which is the best Premier League in the country? And I caveat it by saying, can we include or exclude NCAA players? Because it makes a significant difference to what goes on around the leagues.
That's a great shot there. Picked up off his legs by Tyler McGladdery. 4 runs.
I had a wonderful conversation not too long ago with Dan Lincoln of Berkshire, who he put it really nicely. He said, you can't compare the Home Counties Premier League with the Birmingham District, with the Lancashire League, with the Liverpool District. He said, because quite simply, the guys in the home counties play so much NCAA cricket, they don't get to play in the club championship games. And as a consequence, that's why you don't very often get the home counties teams get to the finals.
Yeah.
So the club championship is the pinnacle of club cricket, and as a consequence you could say it's the best team in England. But then you've also got to ask the question, what if? What if the guys from Wargrave played against Northern or Brentwood with their full side, instead of having 6 players playing for Berkshire or Buckinghamshire on Sunday? It's a real dichotomy for everyone to try and find that balance, isn't it?
So we've gone past the 100 now. It's 102 for 4. Sorry, 100 for 4 after 26.5 overs.
But this is the equivalent of the FA Cup when it comes to club cricket. It's the closest thing we'll get to an FA Cup around the country when it comes to club cricket. So we have to treat it with the top level that it is.
That's the due reverence as it deserves. So that's 100 for 4 off 27. 13 overs remaining. And we can hear the Northern supporters in full voice at the moment, singing an ode to Tyler McGladry.
And Jack Kennedy. Yeah. I heard that a hell of a lot of Kimberley a few weeks ago.
Jack Hebron to continue from the Diglis end. Left by McGladry this time.
Quite a, what would you describe it? Quite a dramatic leave that was, wasn't it? It was almost a bit sort of Marnus Labuschagne the way he flicked the bat around there.
I think he's starting to enjoy himself out there a little bit now.
It's a danger for any side, isn't it, when you've got a batter who does start to bed down and enjoy themselves, but still a long way to go and there's still plenty in this wicket.
Okay, it's a nice tight line by Jack Hebron. He really isn't giving them a lot to go at.
No, there's not one of the bowlers has been got at all, really, has there? Not one bowler's been taken off because there's a load of runs come off them. It's a proper contest, this.
Hebron into bowl again.
He has a very, very difficult run up to try and consider when Hebron runs in and you're thinking, what speed's this coming at? But he bowls a very heavy ball, I think, for the size of the run up that he has.
It's all about. I think he's all about getting to his rhythm with his run up rather than attacking the crease.
We're lucky enough to watch it live and on the stream. And there's a lot of shoulders in there, isn't there, at that last moment?
Absolutely. I'm down to third man for a single.
Brings Alex Vincent on strike. Only been in for 6 balls so far, and Northern will be definitely wanting Alex Vincent to hang around without a doubt. Obviously, commentators curse and all that now. I like to get that in beforehand.
I've never been a big advocate of commentators curse, you know. I'm quite sure that what we say in here doesn't affect him too much.
Oh, it doesn't affect him at all. He can't hear us.
Turned away onto the leg side. Off his pad, I think. Yep, leg by. Signalled by umpire Cole.
Needs to keep those legs moving. He hasn't had much opportunity to do that, James Cole, the umpire today. He's one of your local Birmingham umpires, I believe, isn't he?
He is. He's on the Birmingham League Premier panel. Very highly regarded. He's a very good umpire. We're hopeful that he might get progression for next season. I think he's good enough to, from what I've seen and umpired with. And a thoroughly nice chap as well. Single off the last ball of the over. Takes the score to 103 for 4. 12 overs remaining of this innings.
And once again, the wicketkeeper swaps his cap for a helmet.
I think they've changed the runner because I think he's got too tired.
Yeah, he's I mean, 20 odd overs worth.
He'll be exhausted.
It's exhausting standing here, never mind running it back and forth there. A bit of cloud cover coming across as well, Worcester. We started off today in absolutely beautiful sunshine, and it's just slowly but surely getting a little bit duller and greyer. And that was the forecast, which for a change looks to be right.
Typical September, one might say.
That's why I'm not in my shorts today.
So Aaron West continuing from the New Road end. Bit of width. Good bit of fielding there. Slows the ball down. Don't risk taking the second. Just the single. Brings Alex Vincent back onto.
That fielding's going to make all the difference for both sides, isn't it? Just stopping those fours to a 1 and vice versa, etc.
Aaron West into bowl. Alex Vincent on strike. Bit of width. Driven out to cover. No run.
And there at cover fielding.
Ben Allison. He's everywhere today.
He is. What's he going to bat for Brentwood? That's the question. Is he going to be batting up the order or down the order?
Well, I think he's a genuine all-rounder.
He is.
Bit more width again. Just pushed out over the coconut matting that's protecting a couple of the strips down here at Visit Worcestershire New Road. Yeah. Just for the single.
Brentwood were on the other side of a big innings from somebody who would never be described as an all-rounder, you won't mind me saying, earlier this year. Brentwood scored a massive score. I can't remember the 280, 300. Jordan Silk with a 150 against Buckhurst Hill. And one of the bowlers for Buckhurst Hill was a gentleman who anyone who watches the Big Bash will know quite well, Peter Hatzoglu, with his
coming back for the second. Oh, it's close. Not given, not out. Good running there.
So Peter Hatzoglu bowls against Brentwood for Buckhurst Hill. Jordan Silk, I think it was 150 he scored. Big runs. We said to Jordan, you came off the pitch quite smug there, didn't you? We're feeling all good about this. Until Peter Hatzoglu comes in and scores, I think it was 180 off 112 balls or something. And instead of being a number 10 or 11 in the Big Bash, he went in at top order batsman. And it just shows that somebody can have a day out, can't they?
Absolutely right. Another appeal for LBW, given not out. There's going to be a leg by.
That looked very high to me.
I think it pitched just outside leg stick there.
Yeah, so it can go either way. Just when somebody, it's no different to any other cricket, is it? When someone has a big day, look at the England Test centurion the other week. It just nobody saw that coming, did they?
I was lucky enough to be at Lord's that day for his 100. I thought he batted very, very well.
He did.
On a very flat pitch.
He did look shocked when he got it on.
Yeah, he did. So, end of the 29th over. Northern moved on to 108 for 4. 3 more overs of the second power play. In the final power play, which are the last 8 overs, Brentwood will be allowed 5 players outside of the ring. They do have a cut-off time, which the scoreboard is showing as 13:44. However, I think it might be 13:40 because it's 4 minutes and over.
Ben Allison.
Ben Allison coming back at the Diglis end. You have to be in the position to bowl the first ball of the last over at 13:40. If you're not, then they will be forced to bring another player back into the ring. So Ben Allison come back for his second spell, bowled very, very nicely in his first spell. It'd be interesting to see whether he bowls to the end or they split this spell up just to something different. Coming round the wicket to Tyler McGladry. And beats him first ball.
Well, following Jack Hebron's spell and Aaron West's spell, this is a different ball game altogether in terms of the pace that ball's going to come through, isn't it? So it might take the batters an over or 2 to get used to it from Ben, but I'd like to say I think this is the game here. This next 4 overs from Ben Allison for Brentwood could make or break the game one way or the other.
If he manages to, I think getting the prize wicket for Tyler McGladry would be very good for Brentwood. I think it would set up the end very, very interestingly. Played out to cover, slightly misfielded. Oh, thinking about the single. Got sent back by Alex Vincent. No, Tyler, we don't want to run out, is what Alex is saying to him. Let's just take our time. Almost as if he wanted to get off strike there.
Was it getting off strike, or was it trying to just keep that momentum, trying to tick the ball? The runs need to keep coming now. They're at 3.7 and over. They don't want that to drop, even when Ben Allison's come on to bowl.
Oh, that looked quick. Tried to play it down to third man, and the ball just zipped through to the wicket keeper. No runs scored again. The first 3 balls of Ben Allison's 5th over. 3 dots.
Playing a home game here for himself.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to have Ben back. He's done ever so well for Worcestershire in his 2 loan spells for the last 2 seasons. A great coup by our CEO Ashley Giles and head coach Alan Richardson to get Ben on board. Another great ball. He squared Tyler McGladry up there.
Yeah, just got to look out for a little bit of frustration potentially there, Tyler. You can see this is different to what he's faced for the last 10 overs or so. And you've got another 10 overs after this to come. There's a long way to go still in this Northern innings, really. I mean, it's still 25% of it. You've just got to play these balls individually and not think about, got to get runs, got to get runs.
Run rate's hovering around 3.5 as it has done all the innings. Oh! Nearly run out then. And Tyler McGladdery getting very frustrated with himself, kicking the dirt in anger.
Cracking football skills from Ben Allison there. That was very close, that.
But yeah, not quite Tom Taylor style. That's what we'll say from a Worcestershire point of view. We'll get Tom to teach him that during the close season. But yeah, again, the frustration, trying to get the scoreboard ticking.
That's what I said a ball ago.
It's the pressure's just ramping up on Northern a little bit here.
Yeah, you just got to be patient, haven't you? Ben Allison may be a first-class pro, but Ben will admit himself he's not going to bowl guaranteed 10 overs of perfect balls.
Absolutely not. In for the final ball of the over. And he's managed to get it away for a single. So just one off the over there. So it's 109 for 4 off 30 overs. 10 overs of this Northern innings to go. So let's get a prediction. So we were saying that 180 would be a great score. So can they score 71 in the last 10 overs?
Well, I'm going to stick at my 78 it was after 25. Double that. That takes you to 156. I'll add a little bit more and go to around about 160.
Charlie Griffiths.
And the other opening bowler, Charlie Griffiths, back onto bowl. Charlie in his first 4 overs went for a measly 7 runs. 2 set batsmen now, albeit that Alex Vincent is only on 3, but he has faced 10 balls, so he should be just starting to get his eye in. Tyler McGladdery not out 61 off 89 balls. He's found it hard going at times, but he's still there battling away.
Yeah, again, is this the bowler that they're going to go after? Ben at one end, Charlie at the other end.
Left arm over the wicket. Swept nicely. Should come back for the 2.
Charlie Griffiths with a very round arm action, I think is the best way to describe it.
Yeah, it's not too traditional. Get the ball up and down. It's let's get some overspin on the ball if we can.
Quite difficult to face, I feel.
Yes.
As a batter, you're trained and coached year in, year out to watch where these bowlers bring the ball from. You're used to that arm getting nice and high. When it's not quite that high, it's just coming from a different trajectory.
It's come down the wicket. Well fielded. Just the single there.
So far, 9 out of 10 in the field, Brentwood, I think, without a shadow. There's been 1 drop catch, but otherwise they've been really smart, haven't they?
An important drop catch, unfortunately for Brentwood. It was Tyler McGladdery when he was on circa 30 runs. So now Alex Vincent's going to face the left arm round of Charlie Griffiths for the first time. Interesting to see whether the Australian him takes over and he tries to hit him over the cathedral. And he's out. LBW. He's gone back. The ball's kept low and it's hit him straight in front. Umpire Matt Tyrers has absolutely no doubt in his mind that that's going on to hit the stumps. And Alex Vincent out for 3 of 10 balls, going for a very expansive shot.
What were you saying about trying to hit him over the cathedral? You did say it, didn't you?
I might have mentioned that, in fairness.
And
so
you did say you're not like a commentator's curse, and then look what happens.
A purely coincidence, Ian. We'll go with coincidence rather than anything else. But that's a big wicket, I think, for Brentwood there. They're now 5 down going into the last 10 overs. Somebody's got to stick around with Tyler.
Most definitely. I think you're right. That ball did stick low, didn't it? That trajectory coming from round the wicket for Charlie.
Bit skiddy. Yeah,
definitely stayed lower than 1 or 2 others that we've seen. I think this is George Harris coming in next for Northern. I'm sure somebody will confirm that for us in a second.
Going to bat, George Harris.
Absolutely spot on there, Ian. It is George Harris coming out to bat for the last 10 overs. He just needs to get Tyler onto strike at this stage of the game.
Good batter, George, as well, though. So there's lots of potential there still. I think this partnership has to be key for the next 5 overs. I think they've got to get to 35, 36 overs without losing another wicket. Otherwise, I think Brentwood might feel a bit of blood and go after them a little bit here. He's a good batter, George. He's played some wonderful innings this year. He's played some expansive innings. He's also played some proper digging innings for Northern as well throughout the season. So he's batting number 7. You always then start questioning what's at 8, 9, 10, 11.
So we've got 2 left-handers in now. I think Ben Allison would fancy a bowl at George as quickly as possible.
Most definitely.
So if we can get no doubt they're probably looking to give him the single these last couple of balls, perhaps. Good for defensive, solid. Last ball of the over. Charlie Griffiths into bowl with his round arm action. A bit of turn there.
There has been occasionally.
A little bit of turn there. It gripped and bounced a little bit there. So it's 3 off the over with the important wicket of Alex Vincent. So after 31 overs, Northern now 112 for 5. Ben Allison will resume at the Diglis end.
And will take first bite again at Tyler McGladdery as he did in the previous over. He's going to really be targeting this batter, I think, Ben. If they can get Tyler out, then this game could be more than on a knife edge, to say the least, couldn't it?
Absolutely. It's a big wicket now, because if they're 6 down, last 8 overs with Tyler McGladdery out, I think 150, 160 would be a great score.
Yeah.
In comes Ben Allison around the wicket. Good defence there by Tyler McGladdery, not giving him an absolute inch here, Ben Allison.
And you can certainly see the circumspect in the way Tyler's playing when Ben's bowling. The mentality changes. It's not a let's look to score runs immediately. He's keeping him out at the moment, isn't he?
Absolutely. I think he might be thinking, well, he's going to bowl 2, maybe come off and have 2 at the end. Or if he bowls 4, then let's just see him off and see what we can score from the other bowlers. Back into Ben Allison, back into bowl. Beats Tyler McGladdery, all ends up there.
Definitely some movement there still, isn't there?
Absolutely. And you can see Tyler getting slightly frustrated. He's had a walk away. He's gone wandering. James Cole just checking to make sure that Ben Allison isn't running into the danger area.
Which would also be the perfect place for Charlie Griffiths to throw that ball in from the other end.
Ben Allison, 3rd ball of the over, comes into bowl from the Diglis end. Short, pulled for 1. So here we go. Ben Allison against a new batsman, George Harris. Knowing that Ben's moving the ball around here, George has really got to concentrate what he's doing here.
Yeah, young batter George, plenty of talent here though. He moved from the Greater Manchester League to Northern, I think it was this year. Phenomenal talent, but he's not played in a game like this before.
So put a slip in.
Yeah.
Backing him, the bowler backing himself here with a slip. Oh, absolute again, beats him, all ends up there.
Just looking at George's stats. George has scored 1,029 runs this year in all games. We were talking about the amount of games these guys play. George has played 47 games this season.
That's a lot of cricket. That's a lot of cricket.
Not as many as the 66 he played last year, funnily enough.
Ben Allison into bowl. Down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. You'll be disappointed with that, Ben.
Yeah, he's averaging 27 across the season, George, and for a young batter to come in and play at Premier League level and play in some big cup competition games, whether it be in this competition or in the T20s where Northern are also in the national final next week, he's shown that he's got it there, and he's definitely one for the future for Northern.
Which teams are in the T20 finals?
Northern and Oundle Town.
Right, okay, that's in the Major Cup competition. Do we know who's in the plate?
Oh, you've got me there now. I would have to look that up. I'd have to check that. In the major,
I did spring that on you a little bit, so apologies.
With my Premier League cricket show hat on, we tend to focus. An Oundle from the Northants League, they will be coming up to Derbyshire next week to the Derbyshire County Ground to play Northern. I think the game kicks off around about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Last year won by Wimbledon, who beat San Diego.
Ben Allison to bowl the final ball of the over. Turned away onto the onside. And that's George Harris off the mark with a single. So at the end of the second power play, 115 for 5.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
So we're into the final power play, which means that Brentwood can get 5 players outside of the 30-yard circle. It's going to be Charlie Griffiths to continue. He's bowling to George Harris. Scores 115 for 5. 8 overs to go.
I think Northern have probably got to get close to adopting T20 mode now, getting ready for the end of this innings and thinking about their T20 next weekend.
That's a good shot off the back foot, out to the boundary, just for the single. They have fielded very well, Brentwood, on the whole, apart from the one blip, which hopefully won't cost them too much, but it's certainly costing them a fair bit at the moment.
Yeah, I think skipper Aaron West has put his fielders in all the right places. You know, he's still only got the same amount of fielders every other club in the country has, but it's just putting them in the right places and seeing where people are playing the ball, isn't it?
That's a single out to mid-off. Again, Charlie Griffiths bowling very, very economically, not giving them a lot of room to free their arms, making them to play the ball, to actually force the ball. Out to the short mid-wicket man there for no run.
Yeah, we've got... How many he's got? Charlie's still got another 4 overs after this. He could potentially just keep bowling
2
all
overs
the way.
After this.
Oh, sorry, 2 overs, yeah.
Maximum of 8
yeah.
in
He could keep bowling with Ben at the other opposite end. The two of them have been very, very, very efficient with the runs, to say the least. And if I was Aaron West, I'd probably just keep going.
I'd probably just certainly bowl Charlie out now.
Yeah, I'd be very tempted to bowl them both out and just keep that pressure on. You'd get to the end of the 36th over then, and only leaves Northern 4 overs then, doesn't it?
So, at the end of his 6th over, Charlie Griffiths' figures are 1 for 12, 117 for 5 Northern now, with just 7 overs of their innings remaining. And as we get further and further onto the game, it does seem very, very difficult to score runs. It does look like we are going to have a change of bowling at the Diglis end. And looks like Jack Hebron back on for Ben Allison. And
it does look like the cut-off time has been put back by 2 minutes per concussion check. That's why it's at 13:44.
That's a good shout and well noticed.
So my info tells me now.
And your info's name is?
Tom Evans, previous commentator. That's why there's a gang of us here today. We can give as much coverage and as much knowledge as we've got.
Fantastic. So Jack Hebron back at the Diglis end, replacing Ben Allison. I think they're going to be well inside the cut-off time. Yeah. It's 10 past 1 at the moment. Give 34 minutes to bowl 7 overs should be easy enough to do.
It's one of the pleasures of my season that I've pointed out many times this year, Gary, whether it be Premier League cricket, Club Championship cricket or NCCA cricket, they get on with the game.
That's a great ball. Great stop by the keeper. I have had instances in the Birmingham League where during the red ball element of the game they have to bowl at 17 overs an hour, which most do. I've had one team who shall remain nameless bowl at 15.5 and 15.1 overs, and it is a little bit frustrating. It's placing the field by committee, and young bowlers who take their time getting back to their mark, shall we say, will feel it necessary to push down to mid-off there for one, feel it necessary to bowl from 40 yards. And you think, please, I'm getting old here, so but on the whole, you're right, they do try and get on with it. It's nice when somebody bowls at 20 and over, which I've had this year.
That's quick.
Jack Hebron in for his third ball of the over, and it's edged behind. George Harris gone for 2 from 10 balls.
Yeah, the right-handed bowler Jack Hebron there, just pushing the ball away from the left-hander, back to the keeper.
George Harris called by James Redwood.
So James Redwood takes the catch.
Jack Hebron.
They're now 6 down for 118. And I'm going to put my head on the block here by saying I think so far Brentwood have had the upper hand.
I think it's a 70-30 game right now, would be the way I'd look at it. So we've got another 6.5 overs to go, which anything could happen in those 6.5 overs, clearly. But I think right now the Brentwood skipper, Aaron West, would be by far the happiest of the two skippers right now. Absolutely.
Going into bat, Ben Edmondson.
So Ben Edmondson out to bat. He'll be facing Jack Hebron. He's got 3 balls left of this over. Again, we commented on how well Charlie Griffiths was 12 off his 6 overs. Currently off 5.3 overs. Jack's only gone for 16 runs with his wicket. So again, bowling very, very economically. Has a very, very tight run-up. Very, very... Is actually doesn't put a lot of effort into his action, or it doesn't seem to, but he seems to get some carry and bounce.
He does, without a doubt, and he's been pushing that ball past the left-handers all the time, and has done a phenomenal job with it, hasn't he?
I think we'd call it inefficient action, wouldn't we?
Yeah, definitely. So Ben Edmondson, who's just come to the crease, he made himself a bit of a hero at Northern a few weeks ago. They'd gone down to the last ball in their T20 regional final, just about to face his first ball.
And pushes it nicely out in the offside. Gets off the mark with the first ball.
So Northern were needing 6 off the last ball, and Ben Edmondson hit a 6 off the last ball to
you can't get much better than for
create
a day out
a hero
than that.
on the day, without a doubt.
So Jack Hebron into bowl to Tyler McGladdery. Game pushed out on the offside, should only be a single. Change of commentators. We've got Tom back. Hi Tom, what's your thoughts on this so far since you've been away?
I think it's difficult to say, because I think Brentwood would have taken 120 for 6 going into the last few overs, but they've dropped McGladdery twice now, and I think, you know, the guy who's on 68, a lot depends on him, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Big LBW shout, not out. They're going to come back for 2.
Very good running.
2 leg byes. Great running there. So at the end of the 34th over, 122 for 6.
Former teammates at Rainhill, these two. They came over from Rainhill together.
Right, okay.
A couple of years ago.
He batted well, Tyler. He's had to be... I sense he's got frustrated at times. And certainly he was struggling a lot against Ben Allison.
Yes, yeah.
But he won't be the first club batsman to have struggled a lot against Ben Allison.
No, he's been landing it beautifully, hasn't he?
And Charlie Griffiths will come on to bowl his 7th over now.
He'll bowl out, surely, you think they wouldn't?
I would think so. He's bowled ever so well. A round arm action that allows the ball to skid on.
I didn't really appreciate quite how round arm he was until I saw him from behind the arm where I've been sat over there. It's he barely gets it above the horizontal, does he?
Into bowl to McGladdery. Turns it round the corner. It'll just be a single. So Ian thinks that a score of about 150, 160 would be par. I don't know whether that'll be enough. I think 180 would be a more defendable score if they can get there, but it's going to be pretty tough, isn't it?
Very tough, yeah, with the number of wickets they've lost so far. I think they'll fancy the chance of defending it, I think. Anything about...
Oh, there's a mix-up here. They've got away with it. And there's going to be an overthrow. Wow, everything was happening then. A potential mix-up. They threw it probably to the wrong end first off. Keeper then tried to run him out by throwing it directly to the bowler's end. It hit the stumps and ricocheted off for an overthrow for 2.
And it just goes in the book as 2, as if they just ran a normal 2.
Oh, it's through him. Bad fielding there. Not many times we've said that today, but that's a mistake. Fielded on the boundary for just 2.
I think in an international match they might have a look at that bit of fielding on the boundary. I think it was a very good effort, but I don't think he made it. Yeah.
I think they'd be more disappointed as well having done like they only ran 2.
Yeah.
So 5 over the over so far. He seems to be wanting to pull everything over to the onside.
Yeah.
So you'll see probably Charlie Griffiths just throwing it further and further outside the off stump.
Oh, there's a cut.
Cut away, it'll just be 1 out to the cover boundary. Oh, the keeper not overly pleased with his fielder there.
It's getting a bit rowdy already in that stand to our left.
I have to say, I think we're going to have to look at the alcohol consumption in the Graham Hick Pavilion today.
I think Worcester will be delighted. There's a lot coming over the bar, I think.
Another LBW shout, not out. That's the end of the over. 128 for 6 with 5 overs to go. Tyler McGladry still unbeaten on 69 from 101 balls. He's been dropped at point, which was a fairly straightforward chance that should have been taken, whilst he was on about 35-36 at the time. But he hasn't really pushed on to the way that he would probably want to, because it looks to be not an easy track to battle.
No, timing it doesn't look easy. I think the most important thing is that he's still here. From his perspective, he'll be desperate to get as many runs as he can. He's one of these batters. He always says he doesn't, not too concerned with milestones, but I think they all are.
Of course, absolutely.
They have to say that. But
Jack Everon back onto bowl, and that's run down to third man, picked up on second time of asking, and thrown in for the single.
Yeah, there's 2 overs left of Allison. 1 more of Griffiths. Would the skipper come back on for?
Aaron West has got 2 left, I believe. He's also got Ian Bell Chambers got a couple of overs left as well. Pushed out to a wide mid-on for the single. That's pushed out. They should get 2 here.
It's in the gap.
And a comfortable 2 it is.
Using his feet well, Hedmanson.
He's the first one who's come out and actually been positive with his footwork rather than trying to play from the crease, which maybe is the way to play on this pitch.
Could be, yeah. Definitely think coming in with the field spread helps in that respect, because you can just push it into the gap and pick up a couple like he did there.
Everyone into bowl his 4th delivery the over. Played out to a deep cover. There'll just be the single there. I don't think singles really hurt Brentwood at this stage. I think if they could start hitting the boundary, they might need to do so.
Definitely.
But at least they're keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Yes, 133. We're getting into the range of, like normal scoring from here. Will get them to a total that they'll at least have something to bowl at.
Absolutely. Hebron into bowl. Clipped off the legs, down to fine leg. Picked up cleanly enough. And the single again. There's 6 runs off the over so far, 1 ball to go. The very economical Jack Hebron has gone for 24 in his 6.5 overs, so he'll be quite pleased with that. With a very important wicket of George Harris. And again, just pushed down the ground for a single. So 7 off the over.
If they can carry on scoring at 7 and over without taking any risks, like
They'll
that,
be
then
happy,
they'll
yeah.
be very happy.
So it's 135 for 6 after 36 overs. 1 over left from Griffiths to be bowled. We think Ben Allison will probably come back from the Diglis end.
Yeah, he'll have
To finish the last 2. He's gone for, Ben Allison's gone for 15 off his 6 overs. Charlie Griffiths so far only gone for 18 off his 7 with 1 over to go. So we're guessing that Charlie's probably going to bowl out here, and he's certainly got ball in hand to suggest that. And it'll be interesting to see how they just juggle around for the last 3 overs. If Ben Allison has 2 of them, who do they give that?
One spare over from this end.
Yeah, do you switch Jack Hebron back onto this end, or to
Possibly,
finish off?
Allison seems to prefer that end, doesn't he?
And as the Premier strike bowler, I think he might get his way somehow.
Yeah, he'd call the shots.
Charlie Griffiths is going to come into Ben Edmondson. That's a good shot.
Again.
He should come back for 2.
I'm glad we were slightly slow to turn them for the second. I think you got
comfortable enough in the end.
To get back.
You got a good shift on.
I think if it is the sort of wicket where it's difficult to play spin and slow bowling in particular, then Northern maybe won't mind that too much. They certainly won't mind the one that the grubber that got Alex Vincent LBW, because obviously they've got the two left arm spinners themselves who always bowl a lot of overs for them.
Is that Tom Sefton and
Dan Wilson?
Dan Wilson, yeah. 106 wickets in the league between them this year. Turned into the onside. That'll just be a single. So 3 balls gone, 3 off the over so far.
I do think Brentwood will be the happier side so far with the way the first half of this game has gone.
Yeah, I think the last 3 overs it could set the tone. If they decide to go for it and it doesn't come off, then I think Northern might be on the back foot massively. But yeah, I think it's certainly tipped in Brentwood's favour at the moment. Charlie Griffiths into bowl. Comes down the wicket.
Big shot for 1.
4 off the over, off the 4 balls he's bowled. I think you'd be happy to get out with 6 and over at this stage of the game, wouldn't you?
So that'll be 150, 160.
Hoiked across the line for 1. Five off the over so far. 1 ball to go. Griffiths to bowl the final ball. Give himself a slapped out to the cover point boundary for a single. 6 off the over. So Ben Griffiths finishes his spell of 8 overs with 1 for 24.
Good spell.
Excellent spell of bowling. Northern currently 141 for 6 with 3 to go.
1 for 24.
Well, I think our answer is coming on now. It is going to be Ben Allison from the Diglis end. So he'll bowl himself out for overs 38 and 40 there.
It's just a question of who does 39 from this end. I think
Absolutely.
I assume a similar conversation is taking place in the middle of the wicket there, you know, because they know what they're going to get from Allison. He's not going to give them much, so they're going to have to target that 39th over.
Absolutely. If they can get 6 and over out of Ben Allison,
they'll be delighted. They'll
and then
snap your hands
maybe
off
10
that.
off the other guy. If you get 22 more runs to go out of it 160 something, I think they'd be, whilst not pleased,
From where they were
a lot
yeah.
better. Absolutely.
Certainly at the end of the power play they were really struggling. I think McGladdery and Kennedy have steadied the ship well. Obviously McGladdery's gone on. And I like the way Edmondson's been finding the gaps nicely and
Yes.
running those ones and twos, which is so important.
He's come in and he's 15 off 14 balls. He's come in and he's made the scoreboard tick over. He's not allowed the bowlers to settle. But it will be Ben Allison from the Diglis end around the wicket to Taylor McGladdery, who the last 2 overs he faced Ben Allison, I think we say he struggled a little bit.
He seems to be getting frustrated by how well Allison's bowling.
Absolutely. So he's given a bit of a hoik. It's gone out to the square leg boundary for a single.
Fielder down here is having a laugh with the Northern fans in that stand there. Good to know he's taking it in good humour. Bit of a fumble on the pick-up there, but
So Edmondson facing Ben Allison for the first time. Comes into bowl. And out to the same fielder, same result. Clean pick up this time for the single.
he turns to the stand as if to say, yeah, I picked that one up cleanly.
Allison into bowl his 3rd ball of the over. Round the wicket to McGladdery, who swings. He's asking the umpire whether it was the one over shoulder height, and he's been told no, it wasn't.
No.
And James Cole just having a look at the protected area again where Ben Allison's bowling. Not taking any action with it now, so he's obviously happy enough. Allison into bowl again, his 4th ball of the over. And catches him on the pad. It'll be a shuffle through for a leg bye. Allison into Ben Edmondson, over the wicket to the right-hander. Swing and a miss. Dot ball.
It's an angle that one out here to looking for the
So
the backward point boundary there, I think.
he's now bringing mid on into the circle, pushing a man out to deep mid wicket. We won't call it cow corner, we'll call it deep mid wicket. A bit of a change round here, so one would suggest he's probably going to bowl the short ball again.
Yeah, he's going to bang it in, trying to get out of the over, isn't he?
he gets out the over with just 3 from it, Brentwood will be very happy. But he's given him the single, so that's 4 off the over. Allison now 2 for 18 off 7. Northern 145 for 6, 2 overs to go. So I don't know who, we'll find out who's bowling from the New Road End very imminently. I think it's going to be Jack Hebron switching ends.
Yep.
For what will be his last over.
Bowling at the New Road End, Jack Hebron.
So they clearly think the spinner might go. Clearly think the second finger spinner might go the distance.
Yeah,
in this situation. So
they're backing their seamers to hit the deck, do a little bit with it, and hopefully
see what they're doing with the field. They've got your deep mid wicket here, a long on. They've got
mid off in the circle,
a deep backwards square as well. So
yeah,
don't think he's going to be pitching much up with mid off being up. Oh, there he goes. Pitches it up and gets hit for
and
6.
it's a 6. Well, that's a good shot from there. Just crept over the boundary.
Shows what I know.
And that's 150 up for Northern after 38.1 overs. And a good start to the over.
That'll rock his confidence as well, won't it? Having maybe over pitched a little bit and gone the distance like that.
Yeah, he probably needs to be pitching it just short of a length.
That's what's been effective so far, isn't it? Getting it up into the midriff.
Attempted run out there. Good running again. So it'll be McGladdery on strike now to James Hebron. Sorry, Jack Hebron. I think it's safe to say that McGladdery really has been the glue that's kept the innings together as much as he can do, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. Brentwood will still be reasonably happy with this, but they might be wondering what might have been had either of those chances, especially the first one to the backward point.
Absolutely.
Had that stuck. We're looking at quite a different scorecard at the moment.
So he's staying over the wicket to the left-hander.
It's gone big, straight up in the air.
Stop in the air, fielder underneath it.
Tipped it over the bar, that's 6.
And it's 6 runs.
Got a hand to it, but
got a hand and it went over. Fielder will be a little bit disappointed with that. No more so than Jack Hebron will be. His figures take after bowling such an economical 7 over spell. He's gone for 13 off the first 3 balls, which now makes this total a little bit more respectable.
That's hard, but
That'll be just the one. McGladdery's moved on to 81 now of 110 balls.
we said this was the over they needed to target, and it's gone for 14 off 4 so far.
So we were thinking realistically 156, 158. I think now they're possibly looking 170. 170, 175 becomes a lot more defendable.
Every run's crucial in a situation like this. Very fine.
Thick edge,
No,
down to third man. He's picked it up cleanly. Straight back in. Just the single.
McGladdery on strike for the last. So you think he'll obviously he'll go for the boundary, but if he doesn't get it, then he won't be too disappointed because he'll get
the single for to take the strike. Yeah. Run rate just crept over 4 for the first time of the innings. He's hit it hard
Straight for 4.
and straight down the ground for 4.
Great shot.
19 off the over. Sorry, 17 off the over. 19 off the over, I was right, sorry. So that's the kind of impetus that Northern were after. 164 for 6. They got 1 over to bowl, which will be bowled by Worcestershire's new signing, Ben Allison.
This partnership's now worth 46 in very little time. When Harris was out on 118, you're thinking this is going to be quite a low total, but this last partnership has just shifted the momentum a little bit, hasn't it?
Absolutely. It's McGladry's now 85 off 111. Edmondson 25 off 20. Crucial runs at the end, just to get them up to a score that the bowlers will think, yeah, you know what, we'll be happy to bowl at that.
Especially with it being a little bit, it's a used wicket. It's a little bit, maybe sticking a little bit. Very hard to time the slower bowlers in particular. Not just the spinners, but I think the medium pace of
Aaron West bowled very well, didn't he?
I think in Chris Lake and Northern have got someone with a similar kind of action, a similar profile. He bowls wicket to wicket and can be very effective.
So Allison to bowl the final over the innings. He's bowling to Edmondson, who's on 25. It's a scuffed pull out to the boundary for a 1. And the Northern fans are in fine voice singing away.
I wouldn't go that far.
Paying homage to Tyler McGladry.
They're in voice.
They're in voice, yeah. Fine voice might be pushing it a little bit too far. So 5 balls remaining in the innings.
Oh, got the ramp.
Got the ramp. Has it come off?
6.
It has. Ramped for 6.
Into the 90s. Let's see.
McGladry moves to 91. Could he get 100, do you think? 4
2
balls
hits
to
away.
go.
He hasn't got 100 yet this year.
This partnership's now 53 off 35 balls. Crucial 53 off 35 balls.
Definitely getting the total above 170 with 5 balls or 4 balls left to go. That'll just be a single.
That'll just be the single. So 3 balls remaining. 172 for 6. I think 180. I think we said was a. I think we've said all the way through is now going to be a very, very defendable score.
Yeah.
It'll make it a good game of a good contest.
Will do. And this last partnership is, I think, it's difficult to say who's favourite. I think it's pretty even. I think Brentwood have been favourites for most of this game so far, but I think the last partnership has made it pretty much even.
It's certainly even the scales up somewhat. Allison into bowl his 4th ball. Ben Edmondson on strike. Who's swung?
Top
got an
edge.
Top edge. 4 runs. The last 10 balls have gone for 31 runs, and that really has changed the makeup of this game.
Very much so. McGladry's not getting his 100 now, though.
He's definitely not getting his 100
That's
unless we get a no ball
yeah.
or a wide. Edmondson now on 30 off 22.
Crucial little cameo, this. They'll run the bye to the keeper. Yep.
1 by. 177 for 6. 1 ball remaining. It's 32 off the last 11 balls, which has made a massive difference to this target. We're looking at maybe at one stage they were having to defend 150, 155. We're now looking, realistically, one blow, I could be defending just over 180.
Let's see, so they've got the 2 men back behind the wicket-keeper.
I think it's going to be
the ramp or the top
I think
edge.
it's either going to be a ramp or a top edge the way the field is.
So it's going to be short again, isn't
I
it?
think he's going to bowl it short. I don't think he's going to give him a... So round the wicket to McGladrey, last ball of the innings. And it's a scuff shot
Keep running, lads.
for 1.
I don't know why people don't keep running off the last ball. They fumble that, they get another run.
So
But anyway.
it's 178 for 6 off the 40 overs for Northern. We'll be back in half an hour following the lunch interval to take you through the innings of Brentwood. Thank you for listening.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Worcestershire New Road. Just to keep people updated, we've had a bit of rain, bit of a delayed restart, so we're about 2 minutes away from starting now, starting at 3 o'clock. The good news is we haven't lost any overs because there's enough playing time for us left. So let me just go through the Northern innings to start with. They were off their 40 overs. They managed to achieve 178 for 6. The wickets were as follows. Chris Laker caught by Aaron West off the bowling of Ben Allison for 6. Liam Gray caught by James Redwood off the bowling of Ben Allison for 2. Tyler McGladdery, a fantastic 93 not out from 114 balls. Jack Kennedy bowled by Aaron West for 18. James Cole bowled by Aaron West for 11. Alex Vincent LBW to the bowling of Charlie Griffiths for 3. George Harris caught by James Redwood, bowled by Jack Hebron for 2. And a fantastic cameo of 30 of 23 balls from Ben Edmondson at the end. They scored 33 off the last 2 overs to get to the 176. Highlight to the bowling: Ben Allison 2 for 31, Aaron West 2 for 27. So the batsmen are now making their way out to the middle. And the required run rate is 4.45. So let's see how they go. We have had a text from Australia from Jordan Silk, who's watching from down under. So good afternoon, Jordan. He rates the chances of Brentwood here to come on and do what they need to get over the line. So hope you're still enjoying the stream, Jordan. So opening for Brentwood are Aaron West and Ed Ballard, and the first ball of the second innings played into the onside, no run.
Tom Sefton.
Opening the bowling for Northern is Tom Sefton. Left arm around the wicket. And that'll be the first runs of the innings to Aaron West, played out into the offside for a single. Ed Ballard going to face his first ball. Sefton into bowl. A bit of nerves out there, I think. We saw this a bit during the Northern innings, looking to take the quick single and being pushed back by the fielders, will be very enthusiastic, getting the ball in as quickly as possible, causing a bit of confusion. Pushes out onto the onside, no run again. Bowling that tight line of middle and leg, not giving the batsman any room. And that's the end of the first over. Brentwood in their run chase, 1 for no wicket.
Bowling at the Douglas end, Liam Gray.
Joining the bowling attack now from the Douglas end is Liam Gray. And I'm joined on commentary by Ian Tonkinson. So Ian,
Livingston.
So I do apologise, Ian Livingston. Livingston, I presume.
That's the one.
There we go. So I'm joined by Ian. Ian, what are your thoughts then on this run chase?
I think that last 2 overs of the Northern innings have made this a really interesting game. You were saying 180. It's going to be a game to really go at. I thought 160 in the first innings, so this is going to be a really interesting run chase.
Oh, and the bowler takes a tumble. A la Mark Wood. But get back on his feet soon enough.
Yeah, I think Liam would be quite happy if he bowled as quick as Mark Wood, but that's a different match altogether. Yeah, I think they're starting very similarly, the two clubs. They started with Charlie Griffiths and Ben Allison bowling for Brentwood, and we got Liam Gray, the quickie, at one end, and Tom Sefton at the other end for Northern. Actually identical.
Absolutely. I think Liam would be happy with if he could bowl his first 6 overs in the same way that Ben did.
First big appeal there from wicketkeeper James Cole of Northern, asking for umpire James Cole to give a decision.
I think that was slightly ambitious. I think we'll call that.
I think that's an understatement.
Yeah.
I can imagine what anyone watching at home's thinking, what they thought of that. And I have to say, just if you can hear one or two other noises around the microphones right now, it's because the Northern fans in particular have enjoyed the slightly extended break we've had, I think, there, Gary.
I think our accountants will be very, very happy with the amount of money being spent in the pavilion today. Flash outside off stump. Again, it's just that nervousness of starting.
Playing a miss there from Aaron West. Good to see Aaron West right at the top of the order there, though. Skipper's come, bowled well. Thought he was fundamental throughout the whole innings. Took a couple of catches, I think. Took wickets. His field places, I thought, for Brentwood were exceptional. Really did squeeze Northern until the last couple of overs, didn't he?
Yeah, he made Northern have to become very inventive at the end, which is kind of what you want as a skipper. You're kind of saying, if you want to hit us, then you hit us. Massive appeal. Umpire James Cole not interested in that appeal.
And it wasn't just the wicketkeeper James Cole who went up then, it was practically the whole of the Northern side.
So he just indicated, did the guy get a scratch on the ball, so he's had an inside edge. That's why it's been turned down. So a good decision by James Cole, the umpire James Cole. Very good decision maker. He's seen the edge, quickly turned it down. The ever enthusiastic appealing of Northern. 5th ball of the over. No runs off it so far.
And just like the Brentwood innings, starting off very, very steadily. This first power play, Gary, absolutely crucial for both sides, isn't it?
I think what showed with Northern, whilst they didn't score a lot of runs, they did lose a couple of wickets, but in the end that was okay because they were able to build the innings back.
Yep.
What you don't want to do is go 3 or 4 wickets down in that first power play. And Liam Gray opens up with a maiden. 1 for no wicket after 2 overs.
There's definitely some wheels in the balls that Liam was bowling there. He didn't bat very well particularly. He'd be very disappointed with how he started that innings off, I think. So he's come straight out, opening the bowling as he normally does, and trying to put it right now, I think. It's quite a normal opening partnership, this, for Northern. Not only in limited overs, but in their time games. They'll regularly bowl Tom Sefton for 20 to 25 overs sometimes.
Oh, he's picked that up, lovely. Back over the top of his head, and that's a 6.
Eddie Ballard there, taking it, matters into his own hands straight away there. A couple of steps down the wicket, straight back over the bowler.
Not letting the bowler settle, which isn't the worst plan to go about things, really.
No,
they know that this guy takes wickets, so let's not let him settle into his areas.
If anything, that's what Northern did allow early on in the innings. I think the bowlers got into a nice rhythm, didn't they?
They did. So Tom Sefton has taken over 60 wickets in league cricket this year, so no mean feat. Just turned around the corner for one there. But you like to say that there aren't any restrictions in the time game.
They play time games. They'll play many overs. They'll bowl. It's, again, difficult to compare one to another when it comes to different Premier Leagues and bowling restrictions. But Tom's, I joke with one or two people around the Liverpool area. Tom just seems to have been around forever, but he's actually not that old. And he's bowled non-stop for all those years though, and taken lots of wickets.
Two different approaches here. Aaron West being very watchful, very mindful about the way he's putting his pad out there. Ed Ballard took Tom on straight away. There's runs there. It'll just be a single.
What's nice to see is a bowler who plays a time game on a Saturday and bowled 20-25 overs sometimes. T20, 40 over, quite very adaptable.
Fantastic delivery there. Beats Ed Ballard on the inside edge. How's that missed the stumps? We don't know.
I'm not quite sure. Is there a hole in the stumps? Because I really don't know how that missed.
8 off that over. Brentwood now 9 for 9 wicket after 3 overs. It's a nice action. He's trying to get the ball up and down in order they can grip straight away.
Yeah. Bowled a remarkable over last week, Tom Sefton, in the end of a game against Southport and Birkdale, where they needed 1 to win, Southport and Birkdale, and Tom Sefton took 3 wickets for a tied game, which was quite a finish to say the least. And yesterday, I said earlier, 2 games that ended up in ties in East Anglia, so it's been quite a thing the last couple of weeks in Premier Leagues.
Smashed away by Aaron West there for 4 runs. Just slightly over pitched, got to the pitch and put it away.
It was a beautiful shot through cover, that wasn't it? Absolutely stunning shot, that. Sat up for him maybe just a little bit, but he wasn't going to die trying, was he?
Absolutely not. And again, we've seen the difference in the way they're setting up to do the run chase first off, compared to the way that Northern were very watchful in the way they started the power play. Beaten on the outside edge.
Yeah, shaping that ball away from him nicely there. Nice response that from Liam Gray after that 4 that was hit. Could be some contest this over the next 5 or 6 overs, get through that power play, and then both sides will see where they're at and make that next change potentially.
I think you mentioned at the break when we were talking about that you would expect Brentwood to go at the target fairly hard.
Yeah.
Is that something you've seen during the season?
It is, and you know, myself and Hugh, we study the stats week in, week out of what's been going on around the leagues, and it pinpoints the questions we can ask people. And when I interviewed Joe and Will Buttleman from Brentwood last week, it was one of the first things they said, yeah, we go at it hard. It doesn't matter what game it is, we go at it hard with the bat. And they'll take a moment, I'm sure, maybe when they're 10 overs in and maybe just have a couple of overs to see where they're at, but they will go at it hard from ball 1, which they've shown so far.
Certainly not been afraid of playing the shots thus far. Gray into bowl. Hit to cover. Good piece of fielding. No run.
Yeah. Fielding for Brentwood was exceptional, I thought. There was one definite drop catch and maybe one other on the far side potentially, but it was a very difficult chance.
Very difficult chance.
If Northern will need to match Brentwood, if not beat them when it comes to the fielding, without a doubt.
Certainly in the power play, they've got very much a ring field here. They've left they've got a fine leg and a third man in play. Solid defence there from Aaron West.
And I think there was a sign there, Gary. The ball just seemed to stay a little bit low again, and we saw that with Ben Allison in his inning when he's bowling from this end. Very early on, he got plenty of bounce. But later on in the innings, there wasn't quite as much there. Which it is a used track, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's a
used track, and as the ball gets a little bit softer, it's not going to get that carrying bounce as you would expect.
Certainly, that ramp that Tyler McGladdery played on him, the ball didn't get up at all.
Definitely not. Final ball of the over. Liam Gray into bowl. And beats the outside edge again.
What an interesting over.
Good over there from Liam Gray. Gone for just 4 runs off it. 13 for no wicket halfway through the first power play. Aaron West 6 from 16 and Ed Ballard 7 from 8. And Tom Sefton will carry on from the New Road end.
Yeah, so started the innings off at pretty decent rate. They're at 3.2 runs on over with a required run rate of 4.6, but that's not going to bother Brentwood at this stage. They took, Northern took time to get into their innings themselves, didn't they? And it wasn't until that last 10 overs that the run rate really went above that 3.5 sort of threshold.
Yeah, I think it went above 4 in the last 3 overs of the innings. Before that, it was below 4,
yeah.
And those last 2 overs where they went for 33 really have set the game up now to what I think is going to be a very interesting, very fair, even contest. Gone again down the ground, and that's 4 runs. Not frightened to take him on.
Eddie's had a good season for Bedfordshire, playing in the NCCA again. Eddie Ballard has definitely been playing a lot of cricket this year. I was talking to him earlier about the amount he's played, and he's a school teacher as well, so works at one of the public schools down that way. So he doesn't get to play that much in the sort of first couple of months of the season, but then once sort of July hits, he's non-stop, and it's every Saturday, every Sunday, and obviously with Bedfordshire, it could be on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as well, depending on what games they're playing. So.
A good outfit, Bedfordshire, aren't they?
They are. He did say to me that he had a couple of Sundays off because they didn't qualify for next stage of one of the trophies, which didn't help. Nice comeback there from Tom Sefton, just pinning Eddie Ballard back in the crease.
He's looking for that. He's looking for that middle and leg line, hoping the ball will grip and go on. Trying to get Ed coming forward. There we go. That's a good ball.
Yeah, considering it's a used track, Gary, I'm looking at the pitch on the stream, 'cause it's far easier than looking at. There's not many footmarks there, is there, for them to bowl into at all, the slightest.
Absolutely.
We've had some good left-arm bowlers coming through there.
Played out down to long on, just for the single.
Slightly noticeable.
A run out into the offside for another
I was going to say
scampered single.
Slightly noticeable that the Northern fans, after the first couple of overs, have gone a little bit quieter now. We've seen that runs are starting to tick a little bit, and obviously a wicket will make a difference for either side, one way or the other.
Absolutely. End of the 5th over. Brentwood have advanced to 19 without loss. 12 for Ballard, 7 for West.
I think Eddie Ballard in particular looks very, very stylish and very comfortable out there.
I think other than the 4 that Aaron West hit off Liam Gray, his foot movement has been a little bit non-existent. He's playing from the crease and trying to trust his hands a bit.
We're looking directly at him from square here, aren't we?
Yeah.
We'll put that down to a week on the beach, shall we? He's been having his holiday out on the beach.
Too much paella and sangria for the week.
Yeah.
He's trying to work it off still.
Could just see Paul Webb, the Brentwood chairman, walking around the boundary there, looking very, very nervous. He said he was up very early this morning in the hotel and he said great blackout blinds in the Premier Inn, but the worst thing was when he opened the blackout blinds and then he saw this place, his nerves just took over straight away.
It's a big day for the club. Do you know if they've been champions of the club championship before, or have they been to the final before?
Ooh, now you've got me. I think it's their first time, whereas Northern have had a number of attempts at national finals as well.
Well, 2 dot balls to start the over. Lee Gray will be very pleased with that.
And it just seems to be brightening up a bit as well, which can only be a good thing for the batting side, I would have thought.
Absolutely. What Liam isn't doing, he's not using the short ball. He seems to be bowling good lining length, keeping the ball up, letting the ball do the work.
Yeah, he's looking for that ball to shape away from the batter and just catch that edge to
Absolutely.
James Cole behind the stumps, or I think it's Alex Vincent who's at slip, I think.
The Australians normally put themselves at slip when they come over, don't they?
Yeah, got good answers, Alex. Saw him took a couple of cracking catches in the previous round, so. Be interested to see how many bowlers Northern use here though today as well, because obviously we saw 6 bowlers used by Aaron West and Brentwood.
Okay.
And Aaron,
solid defence there.
Aaron was very confident with his bowling changes. There was no messing about. It was decisive. He had a plan. Nobody got taken off because they were smacked around the field, which clearly they weren't, which is great.
Yeah.
And he mixed it up really nicely, I thought.
It was a competent fielding and bowling display by Brentwood. Northern, anchored by Tyler McGladdery with 93 not out. On a fantastic cameo at the end from Ed Henderson.
Ben Edmondson.
Sorry, Ben Edmondson for 30 off 23 balls, which really catapulted the Northern score into the realms that's making this a very, very interesting contest. 5 dot balls of this over so far, 1 to come.
I'm just looking back now. That last partnership between Tyler McGladdery and Ben Edmondson, crucial in those runs that they put on the board. They managed to go from 118 for 6 after 33 overs. They managed to get another 60 in the last 6 overs.
Good hitting at the end, definitely. And that's a maiden over for Liam Gray. So 19 still on the ball, 6 gone.
I think an opening bowler will take 3 overs, none for 4 any day in this sort of game, especially as that 4 was just 1 shot from Aaron West.
It's a good opening spell thus far. So what does Tom Sefton do now he's got to face Ed Ballard again, when Ed's already hit over the top twice for 2 boundaries. He's got the man back on the fence now, at long on, and a guy out at deep mid wicket. And he's dropped it in short, wide of off stick. They're going to get a couple. Going to go all the way for 4 runs. Mindful about not pushing it too far up towards Ed Ballard. He's just dropped it marginally short and been punished.
Just rocked back there, didn't he, Eddie Ballard, and pushed it past cover. Really nice little drive, that. Didn't even seem to hit it that hard, but the ball just kept running. And considering we've had a bit of rain at half time, no issues with the outfield.
Groundsman did a sterling job making sure the whole square was covered, and then had the 2 tractors pulling a rope round just to dislodge any loose water that might have been.
Yeah, I think it's warm enough that it's probably disappeared pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Good fielding again. They're certainly being very committed to attacking the ball in the field.
Yeah, both sides looked really, really hot on their fielding in their warm-ups before the game. You can tell a lot just watching them.
Done it again, dropped short. Eddie Ballard's just rocked back and cut it away through square for another boundary, 2nd one of the over.
Quite an interesting shot that, really. It seemed to pop up really fast on him, and he
kept over the top of it well.
Charlie Griffith's got a few of them to pop like that as well, though, didn't he?
Would you be tempted at this stage to bring the guy in from deep mid wicket and push the cover boundary out?
The way Tom is bowling, I would say yes, because no one has looked as though they want to put it into cow corner, have they?
Absolutely not. Straight drive back to the bowler. He's smartly down to field it.
I did say to a couple of guys at half time that I thought this opening partnership was going to be crucial, and somebody asked me what have they got, Brentwood. I said, well, if you look back at the rest of the season, Aaron West bats really well, the skipper, Joe and Will Buttleman extremely strong in the middle order, and Eddie Ballard has had a great year playing NCCA as well as for Brentwood. There's really lots of top experience there, and one or two people have been asking the question, of course, are they going to miss Jordan Silk? Well, who wouldn't miss him?
Absolutely.
But they've got a really strong squad here and a really strong batting lineup, probably down to 8 or 9 but Northern were, and it could go a long way this game depending on how these first 8, 10, 12 overs go.
Well, the 27 for no wicket off the 7th over. This is the final over of the power play. It's going to be Liam Gray once again from the Diglis end, who's bowled so far 3 overs for just 4 runs. Has been bowling very well. Just one loose ball, you'd call it, that Aaron West put away for 4. But in Liam comes. And played down to third man for a single.
We talked about how important the power play would be, and just to give you an idea, the difference here right now, going into the 8th over, Brentwood were 27 for none. Going into the 8th over, Northern were 15 for 2.
It's a big difference. So you'd say again at the moment, advantage Brentwood.
100%. We all know games can change on wickets in particular, but you'd definitely rather be in the skipper's shoes of Brentwood right now.
Again, just got that shape away. Bit of a flash at it from Ed Ballard. Through to the keeper.
I'd suggest that was the first of a sort of nothing shot from Ed, which he hasn't played so far. He's looked very spot on with his foot movement and where he's been going. That was a bit of a... In fact, that might have been one of the first balls he's faced at that end, actually.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think they've just literally decided, you take Tom Sefton and I'll take Liam Gray. Until now.
And again, he's hit it back over the top for 4 runs. Ed Ballard has decided it's going to be my day.
Over pitch there from Liam Gray. One very short step from Ed Ballard and straight back over mid-off. Comfortable 4.
That was a lovely shot. He's really picked those over pitch balls up very, very well so far. 4th ball, Liam Gray into bowl. And he's out. He's chipped this one to mid-off.
Chris Laker, the catcher.
Coursed by Chris Laker. Ed Ballard out for 24 off only 21 balls.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
So the first wicket goes down with 32 on the ball.
Will Buttleman.
After 7.4 overs, a new batsman, Will Buttleman, who in the rounds leading up to the final has been in some runs. He scored 98 in round 4 against in a win against Sutton.
Will's a cracking little batter. He was the guy who brought Brentwood home with Jordan Silk in the semi-final against Bath as well. Asked him last week how he was doing in terms of preparation. Has he been looking at Northern on the video, look at the stream, because it's available now for people to look at these things, and simple answer was no. He plays each game and each ball as it comes, and when I spoke to him earlier today, I know that the Brentwood lads came up on a coach yesterday afternoon. They trained in the morning, came on a coach in the afternoon, stayed in the hotel, nice relaxing day. What did Will do? Played golf down in Somerset yesterday instead. He's a very laid-back individual.
What a fantastic day out. It's the best way to do it. So he's going to face his first ball from Liam Gray at the Diglis end. Half a shout for LBW, but that was definitely going down. Good decision again from James Cole.
Yeah, certainly some excitement out there, isn't there, in the ground when a wicket gets taken. Will's played some cricket for Essex as well. He's played some first class and some limited overs games back in the day, I say about 4 or 5 years ago. He was released by them at the end of 2023, and he's now concentrating his cricket here at Brentwood. No, having good fun. The Buttleman family have been playing at Brentwood for many years, though, as well.
Yeah. Challenging both edges of the bat there, Liam Gray, and that over. So that is the end of the power play. Brentwood 32 for 1. I would say it's fairly even, having lost the wicket, but they are a lot further ahead than Northern were at this stage here.
They are. So at the end of the 8th over, at the end of the power play, Northern were on 18 for 2. So 14 runs more, 1 less wicket. My money right now would be on Brentwood still.
And the first fair play has been indicated by the
And the
umpire.
change of bowler coming here. Tom Sefton's come off after just 4 overs, which is quite unusual. And is this
It's Dan Wilson, I think.
Is it Dan Wilson?
Left arm spinner,
Yeah.
yep. So Dan Wilson replacing Tom Sefton. Tom was kind of targeted by Ed Ballard, but Ed Ballard is now out. Tom Sefton went for
15 runs.
4 overs. He actually ended up going for 23. So I've given him a bit of a break, even though that Ed Ballard is out.
But another left arm spinner.
Dan Wilson's side, left arm spinner again. Looks a little bit different in his action to Tom. A little bit quicker through the air, I would say.
A little bit more like Charlie Griffiths was, and
Yeah,
how
I'd say
successful
so.
Charlie was in that first innings for Brentwood. Pushed the ball through.
So he's opened up with 3 dots.
Quick change of field from Northern. Always wonder when I see field changes like that, Gary, because I'm sure those 2 players have just swapped places.
Yeah, you think do they fancy somebody in a position more than somebody else? Full length ball driven into the covers, no run again.
And straight away, I'm seeing Wilson pitch the ball up a lot further than Tom Sefton appeared to.
Absolutely. Is it the nerves got the better of Tom, perhaps?
Aaron West, I'm having a guess right now that Aaron West, 8 runs off 29 balls, he's just looking to just stay there as long as he possibly can, isn't he?
Looking to use the anchor role while everybody else plays around him, which isn't a bad thing. Driven down the ground, though, as we say that, for 4 runs.
He becomes more expansive. We might as well shut up sometimes, haven't we, really?
That's a lovely shot down the ground by Aaron West. Slightly over pitched, he's hit through the line of the ball, and off it disappears to the boundary for 4.
Not a lot of foot movement there, but he picked the line, picked the length, and said, I'm putting my bat through that one. Interesting just seeing the Northern boys bring the ball back, and they've got the rags out there to just dry the ball, so must be a little bit of damp out there still, Gary.
Absolutely. Final ball of the over. Driven to cover, no runs. So it's 36 for 1 after 9. So even my high school maths can tell you that's a rate of 4 and over. Which, well, let's be honest about it, Ian. If you go at 4 and over for 20 or 25 overs, it makes that final push a lot easier than not.
Yeah, I think, again, we keep saying it, but I'm sure Brentwood would feel far more in the box seat right here now. Even if you were to add another 2 wickets to the score, 36 for 3, they'd still be ahead of Northern. But long way to go here. I have a funny feeling we're going to be getting down to that sort of 35th, 36th, 37th over still at least. Could be in the balance unless one of the Brentwood guys takes the bull by the horns and really does go off the way Eddie Ballard did.
Lots can change in this game, as we know. Liam Gray's going to continue from the Diglis end.
Really nice that. Really nice that.
Will Buttleman off the mark with a keenly taken single in the covers.
I'm going to dip out the next few minutes, and Tom Evans I think is going to come back and join Gary on commentary, and for the rest of the afternoon I think we're going to sort of dip in and out between the two of us. Tom, who, if you haven't followed him online, is well worth following online for anything to do with Merseyside cricket, not just the Liverpool and District Premier League. He's just a phenomenon when it comes to cricket up that area.
That was an absolute snorter of a delivery. He squared Aaron West all ends up there. I think the ball was just too good to hit.
Aaron's face said it all. His body language just was like, hang on a minute, where did that come from?
That was one of those ones you say, yep, that was too good for me, bowler.
Yeah. He didn't get many of them on the beach last week in Spain, I tell you.
Definitely not.
Interesting seeing Skipper West. Well, he has been in Spain, I'm going to blame him. He's got long sleeves and a short sleeve jumper on. At the opposite end, Will Buttleman, short sleeve t-shirt.
And again, a ball that just left him. It's caught the edge, but it's gone down to third man for the single.
Still getting that shape, Liam Gray.
It's lovely shape.
I think Northern would definitely like to see another wicket in the next 2 or 3 overs, and just to start to bring things a little bit more level.
Liam Gray into bowl. Another smartly taken single by Will Buttman. I think we're seeing how Will Buttman will try and grow and manage his innings here with lots of quick singles, rotate the strike as much as possible. Yeah,
definitely. I think you can see a little bit of that first class experience there from Will, just dropping the ball, seeing where the fielders are. You can see that big gap between sort of backward point and cover, and it's dropped the ball and run, isn't it, straight away?
Absolutely.
And him and Aaron definitely on the same space when it comes to their heads there, because Aaron was away with it very quickly. Last couple of balls of this 10th over.
Another good ball. It's getting some lovely shape still.
Yeah, I think what Liam's looking for there, you can see he's squaring Aaron up quite a lot, and he's potentially looking for that one that goes straight on rather than just looking for the outside edge potentially, and bring that LBW into potential for Mr. James Cole, the umpire, who'll be yelled at by Mr. James Cole, the wicketkeeper.
Absolutely.
How many times are we going to say that this afternoon?
I think there could be a few.
Yeah. I think the ECB need to look at the names of the umpires.
Final ball of the over then. Liam Gray coming into running into bowl. Aaron West, captain of Brentwood, facing. Played out to mid-off for a dot ball. So at the end of the 10th over, Brentwood are 39, having lost the 1 wicket of Ed Ballard.
And I'm going to dip out now and hand you back over to Tom Evans.
Thanks, Ian. I'll see you later on. So Brentwood now need 140 to win off 30 overs. Rate of about 4.7 and over, which won't concern them too much at the moment. But it seems to be going okay.
You stood on my headphone wire a bit there. Apart from that, how's things?
It's okay. It started well.
Yeah, it's been a good start for Brentwood. There.
Dan Wilson going to continue from the New Road end.
Been rotating the strike nicely as well as the odd boundary.
It's going to be very watchful, I think, initially Will Buttman with Dan Wilson, who seems to have lovely action getting the ball. A bit more round-armed than Tom Sefton.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a bit quicker, isn't it?
Quicker through the yeah.
Bit of a false shot there.
Oh, very much so. I think he was trying to put that somewhere near the flats in St John's, but came off the bottom edge and just out for a single. What they are trying to do, I think, Tom, is make sure the bowlers don't settle, and they seem to be rotating the strike a lot better than initially Northern were in the first part of their innings.
Yeah, I think it helps having seen how the Northern innings has gone, I guess. and that they sort of saw that rotating was the way to go, certainly early on.
The benefit of winning the toss.
I guess, yeah.
So 1 ball remaining in the over, just 1 run off it so far. To give you an idea of the field, they have got a long off, a deep mid-wicket, a deep cover and a deep square leg. They've not been able to get that away. Just 1 off the over. 40 for 1 off 11.
Exactly level with the Duckworth-Lewis Stern par.
Yeah, the par score is 40 at the end of the over, so they're where they need to be. I don't think we're expecting any more rain for the rest of the day. But fingers crossed. But it's always a good measure, isn't it? About
exactly.
weather.
Yeah, I think find it helpful in that respect.
Alex Vincent.
I think it's about right as well. You know, it feels like they're not streaking away, but they're going nicely. You know.
So there's a change of bowling at the Diglis end. Replacing Liam Gray is the Australian overseas player Alex Vincent, who was given out LBW in the first innings, the one that kept very, very low.
Not seen any others really misbehave like that, have we?
We've seen I think we've seen one low one from Liam Gray in the first couple of overs, but other than that, it's been a very true pitch thus far. So Alex Vincent has taken 24 wickets in league cricket this season for Northern. And he starts with a wide.
We'll add one loosener.
We'll give him the one.
Yeah. The umpire's less generous than us. Didn't let him off with it. But.
Vincent into bowl, second ball of the over, or first delivery of the over. It's just about, again, great running, and we've got some overthrows.
Yeah, there's no need for that shy at the stumps, really, was there? It was never gonna be a run-out chance.
So very smart running initially by Will Buttleman. Bit of a dive from Aaron Weston as the throw came in, which then went for overthrows. So 2 scored off that ball. You're right. There seemed to be the fielding on generally has been very, very good from both sides. Didn't see the right really they would want to take the risk of that at the moment. Will Buttleman, who this season has scored over 1,000 runs in all competitions for Brentwood. As previous commentator Ian mentioned, he was on the Essex staff until 2023, and the Buttleman family has been with Brentwood as their home club for a number of years. Good, smart piece of fielding there by Alex Vincent. Have you had a chance to see much of him this year, Tom?
Yeah, he's a regular in the Northern first team. He's he runs in hard, he hits the pitch hard. I think he'd be quite well suited to these conditions. I think he's probably in profile the most similar bowler they've got to Ben Allison, and he's tall and quick and aggressive, whereas Liam Gray is a bit sort of skiddier. He's hitting that back of a length, which has proved quite difficult to get away.
Yeah, and I think again, if they've really looked at the first innings, you can see where you need to bowl when the ball is new, and probably as then the ball gets a little bit softer, you need to adjust those lengths in order to make scoring difficult. Alex Vincent into bowl, Will Buttleman on strike. An expansive drive that the ball goes on the inside edge of the bat.
He held the pose there, didn't
Oh, it was. It looked beautiful,
Beautiful
for no
shot.
runs.
he? The only thing he did wrong was completely miss the ball. Yeah.
So coming with the final ball of the over, 3 off it so far. And a smart bit of fielding again.
Yep.
Means we finish with a dot. 43 for 1 after 12.
I think it's clear from early on it was never going to be a 220, 240 pitch.
Absolutely, and I come back to those last 2 overs where they were able to get 33. I think it's made it into a very, very interesting contest.
Yes.
Brent would have gone about it in a slightly different way to the way that Northern built their innings. Whether that proves to be the right way remains to be seen. But you've got one guy who is 13 off 37. And really, they could do without Aaron West staying there, but keep on rotating the strike and inching that score up.
Need someone to play the McGladdery role to
Absolutely.
stick around for the whole innings, basically.
That's pushed down the ground for just the one. Into bowl to Buttleman. A little bit of turn there.
It's in these middle overs where Northern have particularly impressed in the field early on in this competition in limited overs cricket. They put the squeeze on really well.
Played out to the cover boundary, or square point boundary for the single.
They've got a great variety of bowlers in their attack, and they can keep the batters tied down and wait for mistakes, basically.
We did comment, Ian and I, that Brent would use 6 bowlers. How many bowlers are you expecting Northern to use today?
6 come to mind. We've got the 4 they've used plus Josh Thompson, the left arm seamer, and Chris Laker bowls sort of wicket to wicket right arm seam as well. Got a very short mid off in here. Ben Edmondson's got in there. Looking for the leading edge, I think.
Yeah. Also just trying to cut off that very scampered single that they seem to be very keen on at the moment. I've just sent mid on back to the boundary for the last couple of balls of the over.
Ooh, it's edged. I think deliberately.
I should get 2 there. That ball got up a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of bounce.
He rode it well.
Rode it back, got the edge. Small edge. Past the keeper and ran a good scampered 2. And that's the end of the over. 4 off it. We're now 47 for 1 off 13. And I would say that we're probably very, very even Stevens at the moment.
Again, the DLS par is there on the scoreboard, and it's 47. They're exactly where they need to be.
It makes you wonder whether they're actually looking at it. And Northern fans are in. I'm not going to use the word fine voice because they're in voice. Taking advantage of the hospitality down here at Visit Worcestershire New Road.
They have a version of the Cranberries Zombie which they sing for Alex Vincent. But the only word I can make out of it is Australian.
Settled into a nice rhythm now, trying to find that line and length, just back of a length, hitting the pitch hard.
Hitting the splice of the bat, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm trying to say, look, if you want to hit me, then you're going to have to take the risk.
Yeah, tempt them into going low to high and picking out one of the fielders on the leg side, because there's 2 men back on the leg side fence.
Alex Vincent into bowl. Gone up for an LBW, but I think there's a little bit of inside edge on there. James Cole unmoved. I'm in a conversation with the umpire now. I don't think that's going to help you, Alex. I really don't.
One of those conversations a bowler has with an umpire. So why didn't you give that out? Because I didn't think it was out.
And that is the simplest explanation that you can give.
Oh, that's a great stop. That is a superb stop.
Fantastic piece of fielding there.
Liam Gray at backward point.
Stopped a certain 4, I think. So no runs off the first 3 balls of the over. Great piece of fielding. A shout for LBW. Everything's going on except a run.
Or a wicket.
Or a wicket. Driven out to the cover boundary. That'll be just a single for Will Buttleman. Brings Aaron West back onto strike.
16 of 42. He's definitely, you know, if you start an innings like this, you've got to go long, really, haven't you?
You have. I mean, it's. I think he's going to have to bat deep to make it worthwhile, without a doubt. Again, backward point, Liam Gray coming round just to mop up the fielding there. Last ball of the over, Alex Vincent from the Diglis end into Aaron West. Oh, that's cut back. That's cut back a long way.
It surprised him, that did. Bit of bounce as well. Good over.
Very good over there for Northern. Just 1 run coming from it. Brentwood now 48 for 1 after 14. Will Buttman 7 off 19 balls, and Aaron West is up to 16 off 44. It's an interesting passage of play. I think between now and drinks will give us a bit of an indication of where things are going to go in the second half of the innings.
Yeah. Like you say, West has clearly decided he's in for the long haul. Buttleman is still getting going, really. Again, very, very watchful with the left arm spin.
Yeah, Daniel Vincent continuing from the New Road end into his 4th over.
It's a shot.
And back over the top, Will Buttleman. 4 runs. They've used that shot very, very well so far this innings.
3 or 4, isn't there?
I feel they're having to retrieve the ball from where the sight screen is. That'll be quite wet there. And what you don't want to do is fall over the advertising hoardings whilst on live stream, because it'll be there for eternity.
You sound like you speak from better experience, though. Is that?
If it could go wrong, it can. Murphy's Law. Okay, another lovely little scampered run.
I think they won't mind the big shots so much, but it's the rotating the strikes that they'll want to cut down on.
That's 50 up now for Brentwood, and that came after 14.2 overs. Narrow West still very watchful. Doesn't want to do anything silly at this stage. If they could get to drinks and then maybe 25 overs on with only 1 or 2 wickets down, you have to say they've become firm favourites.
Definitely, yeah. It's the
And another scampered single.
That power to add they will have in the second half of the innings is could prove crucial, couldn't it?
Last ball of the over, 6 off it so far. No run this time. After 15 overs, Brentwood are 54 for 1. Well, they're certainly bowling the overs very, very quickly. That's 15 overs in 51 minutes, which is quite a good rate.
Very impressive, yeah. Amazing what they can do in terms of overrates when they
when they
try,
put their
isn't it?
mind to it. Yeah,
When they're not having people bringing drinks out every over and a change of gloves for the batters and all the other interruptions you get in the test game.
so there's 125 needed off the last 25. So again, my schoolboy maths tells me that's a very, very straightforward 5 runs and over. Turned off his legs. Should be just 1. Will Butman just checking his guard again. I think it's some kind of nervous tick that he seems to do it quite a lot.
So the men out, we've got fine leg, we've got third man, we've got a deep cover, we've got the fourth man out. It's the
Deep
it's a
square
deep
leg.
square leg.
Yeah.
So it's only the deep cover that's in front of the bat. Because Vincent's still hitting that back of a length, hitting the splice of the bat, and
Yeah. He's bowling a very tidy spell here.
yes, yeah,
As did Liam Gray for the first 5 overs. I think they're very reliant on these guys not going for runs and hoping that it could be tied up the other end.
yeah.
Out to eye ball.
Bit wide, yeah.
There's 2 short ball he's tried, and they've both gone for wide. You might want to put that one back in the bag for another day.
Is that his Essex helmet he's wearing there, Bottleman, with the sticker over the badge?
I would probably guess so. Yeah. You do see a lot of that around the Premier Leagues where they have one helmet for all, and then they cover the badge up depending on where they're playing. Another shout for LBW.
I think that's hurt him. Yeah, let's hit him on the back thigh, just inside the thigh pad. That I think.
I think you're being a bit kind there. I think we know where it might have got very, very close to. I think it's probably just a little bit too high and going down. But yeah, it's. I think that's made him a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's all part of the game.
Well, Butman just taking his time, making sure he's comfortable. And leaves that one go through. That one went through, and the keeper's taking it at shoulder height. So there's still a good carry and bounce on the pitch.
Definitely. Vincent certainly seems to be getting a decent amount of bounce.
Four balls gone, 2 off the over so far. And another leave by Bottleman. Ironically, the keeper's then taken that one down by his ankles. So
A bit fuller, I think.
a little bit fuller. Maybe took a little bit off it.
It's turning into an okay day weather-wise, isn't it, at least?
Yeah, we
I
had
think
that
the rain's passed
rain
over.
shower during the break, which delayed us coming back on.
It was well timed, to be honest, because it didn't break up the flow of the innings at all, you know.
Absolutely. And finishes with a dot. So Vincent's gone for 6 off his 3 overs so far. Brentwood are 56 for 1 off 16. This partnership's just starting to grow a little bit. 24 off 50 balls.
But they're behind DLS now, look.
But they are slightly
They're one
behind
run
DLS
behind.
by 1 run.
That's presumably what they're talking about in the middle there, saying we need to score an extra run off this over.
It certainly looks a lot brighter than it did
Yeah.
half an hour ago. So I think we're set fair weather-wise for the day. And Dan Wilson's going to continue from the New Road end.
And it is interesting. You can't really predict which way this one's going yet. It's still very much in the balance.
Very
I'd
much.
probably still rather be Brentwood. Whatever the DLS pass says. They seem more in control of the game at the moment. That's I think what Northern will try to do with the ball. These middle overs. That's
That's a good ball there
Bit of
from
bounce there.
Wilson. That's a little bit of bounce just outside the outside edge. I think whilst they've still only got 1 wicket down, they're very much in control. Takes the sweep out the ball goes to deep square leg. And that's a single to West. Butman comes on strike. So he's taking him downtown for 1. Interesting to see whether he decides to do it again or pays him more circumspectly. Great bit of fielding at backward point again. Certainly saved at least 2 if not 4 runs. And I have to say the quality of the fielding today, Tom, has been
the
exceptional.
ground
hasn't it?
fielding's been superb. Yeah.
Just adjusting the field again. I think they're going to put 2 points in.
Looking for the sliced cut maybe. No.
LBW shout. Again, umpire Matt
They like that.
Tyra's not interested in that appeal at all. Bit high, maybe going down.
Wicketkeeper certainly likes it. That's that cut, but he gets it.
There's the cut, and he's got it away this time. And they'll come back for a comfortable 2. 17 overs gone now, 59 for 1. 3 off the over there, so Dan Wilson's now bowled 5 overs, 0 for 18. Match is finally poised. 3 more overs until we take the drinks break. And I think we'd say that Northern could really do with the wicket at this stage, Tom.
Definitely, yeah, it'll help them sort of get that control. I think, you know, I get the feeling that West and Butlerman are batting the way they want to bat at the moment. I don't think anything's particularly being asked of them. They're not having to step out of their comfort zone at all. They're quite happy to tick along at 2-3 and over because they know that they've only lost 1 wicket and they've got power to add.
Alex Vincent continues from the Diglis end. An expansive drive there that's driven into his own foot and squirms back to the bowler, no run.
It's a rare full one from Vincent, that wasn't it?
Yeah, he went a bit fuller there. Makes you wonder. I think they might have to go a bit fuller if they're trying to get wickets rather than stem the flow of runs. Turned around the corner by Aaron West. There'll just be a single. Alex Vincent not happy with where his foot's landing there. Maybe he's just slipping a little bit, just scratching it up to make sure he gets some purchase on the ground. Up. And now he's got too much mud on his boots and he needs to scrape it off on the outfield. If it's not one thing, it's another, Tom.
It's all happening. It's all happening out there.
Lovely shot out to deep cover from Will Butman. Just get the single. Again, just bowled that slightly fuller. Giving the ball a chance to do something which will stand more chance of getting wickets, but there's always a chance you'll start leaking runs, of course.
They can't really afford that as well, because they're only less than 120 to play with. There's a drive.
Well, expansive drive straight to mid-off, no run. He's certainly trying to bowl it just that slightly fuller now, isn't he?
They haven't changed the field though. They've still got the two men back behind the wicket, the deep backward square leg and the deep cover as well. So they want him to drive. They want him to play the cover drive to try and beat the infield.
Absolutely, in the hope that he'll go up in the air. Again, he's getting him on that front foot.
Yep.
Trying to get him to drive.
Definitely a change of approach this over, isn't it?
One ball to go. Two off the over so far. Vincent into bowl from the Diglis end. Another expansive shot. Absolute thick edge over the top. 4 runs. Very fortunate there, but I'm sure he'll take those runs.
You're going to slash hard.
Absolutely. So that's 65 for 1 at the end of the 18th. Aaron West moves on to 24. Will Butman 15. Alex Vincent 0 for 12 off his 4 overs so far. We're going to have a change of bowling, are we?
Looks like Sefton's coming back on it. They need wickets. They need wickets. They need to get one of these and open up an end, and so need to put some more pressure on the batters, because at the moment it's fairly plain sailing.
Yeah, so Tom Sefton's replacing Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson had bowled 5 overs, 0 for 18. In his first spell, Sefton had gone for 0 for 23 off his 4. He's back into the attack. As Tom said, it's getting to the stage where Northern are going to need to start taking wickets. As the game gets deeper in, with the long tail as that they've, with the long batting order as they have, wickets are going to become a priority for them. So it's going to be left arm around the wicket again. And straight away on the spot.
I wonder if he's giving it a bit more flight now that he's got the protection on the boundary and potential wicket taking options as well on the long on and deep mid wicket boundary.
Absolutely. So we've got a deep cover, a long on, deep mid wicket and a deep square leg for Tom Sefton. And then got a standard mid off, somebody at extra cover, somebody at just a backward point, and a fielder on the 45. It's getting some turn there. So be happy with this so far. 3 balls, 3 dots. Again, just looking to build that pressure, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah.
And that's pushed out to deep cover by Will Butman for a single.
Bottleman's going through quite the routine now at the non-strikers end to try and keep the blood flowing, try and keep warm. Stamping up and down furiously.
So for Aaron West, there's a bit of a change in field now. They've brought in... They've got 2 covers in place. They've brought the man from deep mid-wicket into mid-wicket and pushed the mid-off back to long-off. And he's swept. So we've taken 1 bounce.
There's some brief excitement now.
People get a bit interested in the crowd that might have gone all the way to the man at deep square leg.
It bounced a good few yards in front of him, I think. Hard to tell from our angle.
So Will Butman's got 2 points in, 1 at backward point and 1, almost would say a short third man, but slightly squarer than that. So they think that that's going to be Will's shot, whether they've seen him play some good reverse sweeps.
It could be for the reverse, yeah. I think looking for the top edge. Not seen him play it yet. That's a lovely
and he's
drive.
played a lovely extra cover drive, and that goes all the way for 4. And he just cups his ear to the Northern fans who have been very boisterous.
Yeah.
So that's 6 off that over from Sefton. Brentwood are now 71 for 1 off 19, and Will Butman is trying to get the crowd up.
He's clearly feeding off the Northern fans taunting there, isn't he? I don't know what they've got to taunt him about, to be honest. I think his side are in the driver's seat here, you'd have to say. Only 108 now to win, with almost half the overs left, or more than half the overs left. I think.
So Alex Vincent's going to carry on from the Diglis end. This will be his 5th over.
This will be my last over as well. I see Ian Livingston's hovering outside the commentary box, loitering dangerously. Full again.
Full. It's a bit straighter that one, so it's been skewed out towards the deep square leg boundary for 1. And that's a wide. So he's just starting to lose his line in length a little bit this over.
Do you feel like Northern getting to the stage where they need to make something happen, or it's just going to run away from them?
Yeah, they might just want to get to drinks as quickly as possible now. Have a regroup, have a think. If they've got a plan B, they might want to start thinking about discussing that at drinks to see how that they can move the game on back in their favour. But at the moment, I think you would have to say that Brentwood are very much in the driving seat.
Yeah, and it's not because of the runs they've got, although they've got 73. It's the other column. It's the 1. It's the fact that they've still got all these wickets left to play with, and so much batting to come.
These two have put on 41. In about 12 overs. They've certainly not been going at a great clip, but it's just building the pressure onto Northern.
There's the outside edge for 4, and the slightly uppish sweep down here, but I can't really think of any risks they've taken, to be honest.
Absolutely not. Well, there's 3 balls left of the over. It's gone for 2 so far. Alex Wilkinson's having some nasal issues by the looks of this. I hope he's not going to use that to dry the ball afterwards. Into bowl from the Diglis end. Will Butterman on strike. Ooh. And he's beaten him on the inside edge. That was a very good delivery and a great smart take by James Cole, the captain and wicketkeeper.
He had to go a long way to his left then, didn't he? So
it moved a long way after, didn't it? Two balls to go in this over, and then we'll take drinks. Played out into covers, no run again. This will be the final ball of the over before we break for drinks, and the final ball of Tom's stint in the commentary box for now.
For now, I'll be back.
Yeah, excellent.
But yeah, I think from a northern perspective, they really need to regroup in this drinks break and figure out a way of getting wickets, a way of putting pressure on the batters, getting them to take more risks.
And that's a nice stroke out to the extra cover boundary. It'll just be a single, which they'll be happy enough with. It's the end of the over. Time for drinks. 74 for 1.
No.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
And welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road. We're at the final of the ECB National Clubs Championship. I'm here with Ian Livingston. And I'm saying at the moment, Ian, that Brentwood are just slight favourites.
I would say 60-40. I was 70-30 last time I was on, but I think I'm 60-40 right now. I'm looking at the DLS, and they are just a little bit ahead of that DLS. Is it 66 it says on the board, or 68? My eyes. 68. So there's six runs ahead of it. We talked about it in the Northern innings though, didn't we? 1 wicket, 2 wickets, what difference is that going to make? I think we just talked off air. Northern have to find a way to take wickets here, don't they? They're just struggling to break through, and that seems to be the key, whereas Brentwood took wickets on a regular basis going through their innings. Well,
they have made a bowling change now. They've taken Tom Sefton off after his 1 over and bringing on Chris Laker from the New Road end. Tell me a little bit about Chris's medium pacer, you say?
Medium, quick, and it's his birthday, which is...
and as we mentioned here, he shares his birthday with the great Patrick Patterson, Nathan Astle of New Zealand, a guy from our parish, Anglo Morgan previously, Steve Watkin.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy Carr.
He's got... Yeah.
But
Chris hasn't got as much hair as Jimmy.
And Prince Harry.
Oh! Well, didn't know that.
So there we go. And he's pitched one a bit short, and he's been hit straight at backward point.
Who doesn't look impressed. Doesn't look impressed by that, does he? Yeah, I think Chris would like to be bowling like Patrick Patterson right now.
Yeah, I definitely, especially if it gets a bit darker, then it'll be interesting to try and play him. But yeah, so yeah, I think you say put a couple of wickets on it. It makes it very, very interesting. Yeah. I think Will Buttleman is just starting to get into his game a little bit here.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. He's just pressed that one through backward point. They'll come back for a very, very easy 2.
Interesting how Will just took a step. We could see from the commentary box there, he took a step or 2 forward on that, almost expecting where Chris Laker was going to pitch the ball. Be interested to see whether James Cole, the Northern skipper and wicketkeeper, stays standing back there, if Will's going to continue to take that step or 2 forward.
And that's a wide ball. And he's done exactly the same now. He's taken a couple of steps forward to try and get the better of the bowler. I don't know whether the James Cole, the wicketkeeper, has caught up on that as yet. But you're right. If you want to stop him doing it, then you've got to get stood up to the stumps. But looking where he's standing back to, I don't know whether he'll be able to. Another great piece of fielding there at backward point. Expansive drive from Will Buttleman. Well stopped by the man there at backward point.
And if I could say anything about Premier League cricket across the whole country, watching this today, both sides have just been brilliant in the field, haven't they? The
ground fielding has been excellent.
Absolutely. It's been really, really good to watch.
Another scampered single. We're saying to Tom, that's a bit that would probably start just rankling on the nerves a little bit of Northern, the amount of scampered singles and the rotation that's happening.
Yeah, I think the running's been fabulous from Brentwood. Aaron West started it early on. He was just dropping the ball and running. Will's come in, done exactly the same, and making sure that he's very clever where he sees where the fielders are. And in particular, I've noticed he looks to see whether it's a left-hander or a right-hander, and he can see where the ball's going, and he knows he can run straight away.
Oh, came down the pitch at him then and missed it.
Very unlike Aaron West, that. Very unlike him this afternoon. He was taking 2 or 3 steps. He looked as though he wanted to put that back over.
I think he wanted to put somewhere near the river, I think.
Yeah.
Have they now decided to go do a little bit of Plan B, Brentwood, as well? Because, like you've said, with the DLS the way it is, that's a lovely shot over the top, and it's gone for 4.
He certainly opened up there, did Aaron West, and put that ball straight over.
And that's a 50 partnership off 80 balls. At the end of the 21st over, Brentwood are 82 for 1.
Quite speedy. I've been having a good chat with Paul Webb, the chairman over there at Brentwood, and put a little interview out on our socials. He was making a funny comment that the Northern boys have been singing since ball one, but now the Brentwood massive are starting to catch up there, and it's definitely a bit of toing and froing on between the fans, but it's good, all good nature and all good fun.
And the important thing with that shot for 4 is now Brentwood need less than 100 to win.
Well spotted. 82 for 1, 97 to win. DLS is at 76 and there's still 6 runs ahead of it. Alex Vincent's going to continue from, what's this end called, Gary?
That's the Diglis end.
Diglis end.
It makes me wonder, are they going to bowl Alex through, would you say, at this stage?
It looks like it, because this is his 6th over, and he's looked really, really sharp.
That's a great shot there from Will Bottomman. Through extra cover, 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Will was being baited a little bit by the Northern fans about being an ex-county player, and he cupped his ear when he hit a 4 in the last over, which I did find bloody hilarious, to be honest, and good on Will. He's certainly got some class about him with that shot, hasn't he?
I think that's as good a shot as we've seen today.
Yeah. I'd only put one shot ahead of that. The ramp from McGladdery.
Yeah, different type
of shot. And then look inside on there, Will, with the most stylish forward defensive. That's all you could ask for, isn't it? He's hit the 4, stylish forward defensive. The run rate is required is just dipped below 5. First time it's done that for a little bit. And the run rate that they've got has just gone over 4 a little bit. Now, it wasn't until about the 34th over before Northern got their run rate over 4.
I think it was almost the 36th or 37th.
Yeah.
It was until they got that 33 off the last couple of overs that took them to 4.5. So it changed the game massively, those 2 overs. Nice little tuck off his legs to backward square leg there for a single.
And interesting, we have got a bit of potential rain coming in the next hour. It does look very loose, like potential rain. If it is, it's the sort of shower that hopefully the guys are going to be able to play through. But I'm looking at it wondering whether the guys from Brentwood have got an idea of that and are thinking we've got to just push on a little bit here and get ahead of that DLS a bit more, because any wicket lost is going to make a difference then.
It certainly would, and of course if you're playing through rain, the advantage kind of goes with the batting side. Oh, that's a lovely shot through mid-wicket by Aaron West. He's just picked that up lovely, slight half volley through mid-wicket, 4 runs. I think if you're playing through rain, the advantage just goes slightly to the batting side. Not through the, might be a little bit dark, but so much the fact that you're then contending with a potentially slippy ball.
Yeah.
Potentially slipping as fielders. And if the bowlers then get it slightly wrong with the ball slipping, runs come a lot easier to come by.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's clearly there's a bit of damp out there still. We've seen the Northern boys wiping the ball quite a lot when it's been coming back to them. Alex Vincent's running into bowl right now, and he's got a rag hanging out the back of his trousers as he runs in.
He's done that a couple of times, that shot, Aaron West, where he's played an expansive drive and it's just caught the inside edge of the bat and gone into the floor.
But they've taken 9 from this over in the first 5 balls there, Gary, and when you've got a required run rate of 4.84 and you take 9, you don't need to push yourself then, do you?
And I think they've now got into a position where even if they were to lose a wicket, I think they'd still be probably just ahead on Duckworth Lewis.
Yeah, Aaron will be well aware of that, I'm sure. It's a very experienced skipper. That's a tremendous shot as he took a step down.
For 1.
That looked beautiful from the side, and he took a step down the wicket there to Alex Vincent.
They're starting to play them a lot more positively than they were before the drinks break.
Yeah, they played the first 10 overs quite, I wouldn't say expansively, but they were steadily accumulating the runs. They then sort of bedded down for 10 overs, and now they've come out after the drinks break, as you say, they're putting the foot on the gas a little bit, aren't they?
They are. 92 now for 1 off 22 overs, 18 overs remaining. Target to win, just to remind people, is 179. So they only need 87 more runs. So they're past the halfway stage of their run chase. Which is always a big milestone to get to.
Yeah, it seems only literally seconds since you said it's below 100, and look at that now, we're down to 87. It's happening very quickly.
Dan Wilson.
So another change of bowling, third over change on the bounce. It's Dan Wilson back into the attack, bowled very well in his first spell. He's got 3 overs remaining.
Very circumspect there from Aaron West. Just have a look again, see what's happening there. Dan, very similar to the Brentwood bowlers we said earlier. Charlie Griffiths coming round, left arm round. Slightly higher arm though than Charlie.
So they've gone back. Initially, when Aaron was facing Tom Sefton, they had 2 covers in place, and Will Butland, they put 2 points in place. They've actually put 2 points in place for Aaron West now. He's just screwed that out over to deep backward square for the single. So they're still fancying the chance of a miscued cut.
Yeah. But noticeably, mid-wicket comes to deep on the boundary when Will Buttleman is facing Dan Wilson here.
And they bring the mid off into the circle.
Yeah.
But Dan Wilson fielding off his own bowling there, preventing the single.
Yeah, clearly looking for that miss hit from Will towards Cow Corner. Got George Harris over here in front of the pavilion, in front of all the fans.
A bit of a missed shot there from Will Buttleman. Dan Wilson bowling ever so well. With 1 ball to go of his 6 over, he's only gone for 19. He's bowled very, very tidily.
He has. Probably been the pick of the bowlers so far, I think, for Northern.
I think you're right. Cut shot out to the deep cover boundary, just for the single for Will. 2 off the over there. We're up to 94 for 1 off 23. 17 overs to go. 95 needed. I'll go back to my schoolboy maths and say that's about 5 and over.
It's absolutely that, and I'm looking at the DLS. They're now just 9 runs ahead, which doesn't sound a lot compared to the 6, but just accumulate and you'll be double figures ahead of the DLS all of a sudden. You know you're in a good place when you're ahead of the DLS, don't you?
Yeah, it's a good way to gauge your run chase based on the wickets that you've got. There we go, Will Buttman rechecking his guard again. He seems to do it most overs.
He does. Doesn't look like Northern are looking at a 6th bowling.
And it looks like Chris Laker is now coming on from the Diglis end.
Yeah, swapped ends. So dropping that quite short there really, Chris, and putting Will on the back foot. Ball sort of coming a little bit more into the batter than the outswing that Liam Gray was getting, so something a little bit different for the batters to deal with.
I think the challenge that Northern have got here is if they bowl short of a length, they might not go at the 4, 5, 6, 7 runs and over, but it does take the wicket taking deliveries out of it. So cut down to 3rd man by Will Buttman for a single. It does take the wicket taking delivery out of it a little bit.
It does. And the other thing that's noticeable there, as Chris Laker come in to bowl, Will Buttleman facing, and it's the same for Aaron West, keeper James Cole has stood up. So he is now keeping them both back in their crease, whereas the previous over that Chris Laker bowled from the opposite end, they were well and truly stepping out of their crease.
Oh, that's a thick edge down towards the boundary. Great bit of fielding there, and it's 2 for Aaron West. The other thing our viewers might be, keen-eyed viewers might have noticed as well, is that James Cole, the wicket-keeper, not aware of a helmet when stood up to the stumps, which is unusual in Premier League cricket.
Yeah, although having watched a field have run a helmet on back and forth in the previous innings, I'm probably quite glad of right now.
So LBW shout there. Umpire James Cole not interested. And that's gone for a leg bye for 1.
Are we going to get the chance to say James Cole appeals, James Cole gives it? It's just not looking like it's going to happen right now.
I don't know whether we're going to get that opportunity today.
Just trying to see if the body language on one or two of the Northern players is just starting to take a little bit of a dip, I think, along the way there, Gary.
I think you're right. I think they've. I think they'll keep battling all the way. But like you say, it'll get to the stage soon where, unless something happens positively for them, their heads will start to go very, very quickly, I would think, and it would be understandable as well.
Yeah, we saw a big difference when they took the wicket of Eddie Ballard earlier. Straight away, the shoulders were up again. They were rocking and rolling into bowl. They'd like to be seeing the same again, the Northern fans. That's Will looking. That's his shot. He plays really well, isn't it? Just drops it down. If it's in between the field, you know he's going to go straight away.
4 off the over there. So 24 overs gone. 98 for 1. Partnership up to 66 off 98 balls. So it's not been dynamic,
but it's all they need.
Absolute solid partnership. And we're always talking about partnerships in cricket, and I don't think people appreciate sometimes what we mean by that. So for me, it's a case of, if you can get 4 or 5 partnerships in an innings, you'll get a much better score over the period of the whole innings. That's a good shot out there by Aaron West, out to deep square. Dan Wilson carrying on from.
Absolutely. When we look back at the Northern innings, that was potentially the problem. They got things going and then lost a wicket, and the partnership was broken. Whereas once they got to the end, and that brilliant partnership between Ben Edmondson and Tyler McGladdery, that's what took them up to the 178 in the end. Absolutely. Will Buttleman rocking back onto the back foot there, but Chris Laker at point there, and I think it's Alex Vincent at what's he at, about a 5th slip, 6th slip, in a strange little position there, isn't he?
I'm going short third man.
Yeah.
Good shot over the top. Another 4 for Will Buttleman. What a great shot that was. And that takes them through 100 after 24.3 overs.
Yeah, and I think definitely Will Buttleman taking the onus here from where he started off. He went in quite gingerly to start with, I thought, but now he's starting to just open his shoulders a little bit, isn't he?
He's looking good out there at the moment. And he's gone again. Exactly the same shot, exactly the same result.
Ball over pitch there from Dan Wilson. 2 balls back to back over pitch, then same shot from Will Buttleman. Keeper James Cole and skipper coming a long way down the pitch, slowly but surely now to talk to Dan. He's obviously seen something there, thinking, apart from the fact you've over pitched it, what are we going to do to change this?
I think now they're thinking, do they put mid-off back and bring the guy in from deep mid-wicket, or do you trust your bowler with the field that he wants? And by the looks of it, they're going to carry on trusting the field that's in place. So just to reiterate, the mid-off's up, long on is up, but there's a deep mid-wicket still.
Not dissimilar ball there from Dan, quite well pitched up, but Will Buttleman, he scored 8 in the last 2 balls. He doesn't need to push it too hard, does he?
Absolutely not. And just patted back, last ball of the over, 9 off that over, 107 for 1 after 25 overs. So we've got about an hour's left to play at normal rate, although they are ripping through these overs at a great rate at the moment. Ironically now, they're now 13 runs ahead on DLS.
And that's just over the last 2 or 3 overs, isn't it? It's just all of a sudden just got that little bit of a lead against the DLS. Hopefully we don't need DLS and the weather doesn't come and we get to see a proper finish to this game. But clearly Brentwood are in the driving seat here now, aren't they? There's no 2 ways about it.
I would say so. Chris Laker back into bowl. And again, just a little tickle, late cut from Aaron West. Takes the ball down to the boundary for 4. So in the last 5 balls, that's gone for 13 runs.
And I think there's a real difficult decision to make here for James Cole, the skipper. He's standing up to Chris Laker, and we've seen that same shot played 2 or 3 times now in the last couple of overs. Tickled it past him. You know, as a wicketkeeper, to try and catch that one, it's going to be some catch. But does he want to stand back and allow them to take a step down the wicket? So it's a real tough one he's got to decide on here. He's standing up right now. I think he's just had a word to Chris Laker and maybe asked him to change where he's bowling.
Oh, and he's rocked back and hit that through a mid-on, between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4 runs. That was a very, very good shot. And I'm asking the question now. I know that he needs to be bowling slightly back of a length to try and stop the run scoring. But we're now in a position where they need 64. They've got to take wickets. Surely he's got to start pitching the ball up.
Absolutely. I think that for me was a poor ball. You know, he's left it there on a plate for Aaron West to take it to 4 on the boundary.
And the next ball's just on his legs, a bit fuller, but he's turned it round. He must be seeing the ball very well now, Aaron.
Yeah, he's I'd like to see what his strike rate's been over the last 5 overs compared to the previous 20, because I think all of a sudden he's probably into the hundreds when it comes to strike rate, whereas you know, previously he's on 48 off 71, but he's just starting to go through the gears a little bit now.
He certainly is, and he's batting very, very well at the moment.
Circumspect defensive shot there from Will. No need to push it. They've got 9 runs off this over.
The last 5 overs they have gone at just under 8 and over between them. So it's and like you said, they're pushing it around for fun now, aren't they?
And for the first time, I've just noticed after that last single, the run rate's now 4.5 and over, and they only require 4.4. And we all know the moment you get your run rate ahead of what you require,
you've always got a good chance, haven't you?
You're in a different ball game to everyone else, aren't you, straight away? Like to be a fly on the wall inside skipper James Cole's head and what he's going to do with his bowlers here.
On a false shot there from Will Bittleman. Good take behind the stumps there by James Cole. That's the end of the over. It's 116 for 1 off 26. Chris Lake has now gone for 20 runs off his 3 overs. Partnership's now at 84 off 110. By far and away the largest partnership of the game. And they are... Don't want to tempt fate for anyone.
Josh Thompson.
So a change of bowling now from the New Road end again, and Josh Thompson is on to bowl.
So we did say that Brentwood mixed and matched their 6 bowlers really well, we thought, and this is now that we've taken until the 27th over for them to bring their 6th bowler on.
That tells me that they haven't got a great deal of confidence maybe in the short format with him.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? You look at the bowlers who've not taken wickets for Northern today, who traditionally would. Liam Gray, Tom Sefton, they've been wicket takers throughout the season, as you've seen from the stats that you've looked at. So they're now going down to what we'd class as their sort of 4th, 5th and 6th bowlers to try to not quite buy a wicket, but they need a wicket very, very quickly here, but otherwise this game's going to run away very quickly from them.
So is he a left arm seamer, I'm assuming?
He's a left arm seamer, yes.
So he's going to come left arm over to Aaron West. James Cole stood up to the stumps. First ball driven to the covers, to the cover boundary, just for the single. So by the looks of it, he's going to give the ball the opportunity to swing.
Yeah, and I don't think I've seen a game, even in club cricket this year, with so many left armers, whether they be spinners or seamers. It's just full of it, aren't they?
Absolutely. Will Butman goes through his routine at the beginning of each over when he comes onto face of just checking his guard.
He definitely is Mr. Routine.
Good ball there by Josh Thompson. On the money. No width.
Yeah, just looking through the bowlers there. You've got Tom Sefton still got 3 overs to come. Liam Gray got 3 overs to come. I think that's Alex Vincent's got a couple. It's a really difficult decision for any captain to be in this situation. It's a really difficult moment to be thinking, what shall I do? Who shall I put on next? Who's going to take me a wicket and get us back in the game?
Would you be tempted to bring Liam Gray on for 1 or 2?
Well, I'm looking back to the Northern innings, and that's what Brentwood did. They brought Ben Allison back on, and
it was 2 very tight overs.
Very tight overs, and it wasn't until his last 2 overs that when Tyler McGladdery went after him. But that's what's needed, isn't it? Wickets are needed right now.
Tidy start by Thompson though. Comes into bowl. And it's played backward a square. Should just be 1. Picked up well on the cover boundary there. Aaron West back on strike for the last 2 balls of the over. He's on 49.
And it would be an extremely well-deserved 50 if he gets there. I know I shouldn't say that in advance, but I thought he batted beautifully from the start.
He might allow himself a glass or 2 of Rioja when he gets back to Spain.
He might do, yes. He might even have a glass tonight if they take the victory, because he is staying over here tonight before he goes back. And that's his 50.
His 50. So Aaron West's 50 comes from 71 balls. Sorry, 72 balls.
Aaron West 50 or 70
with 7 fours.
With 7 fours.
I'd say that would be what I would describe as one of the most shy raising of the bats I've seen in a long time, because he knows the job's not done here. It's all about getting them over the line. It's not just
a lot of pressure still on his shoulders as captain to get them there now.
Yep.
Last ball of the 27th over. Bit of width, and it's through. Extra cover drive, and that's 4 runs for Will Buttleman. Josh Thompson's trying to give the ball a chance to swing by pitching it up, but he's just given too much width there.
Yeah, 7 off the over there from Josh Thompson. Now 123 for 1 after 27 overs, Brentwood, and I hesitate to say cruising, but with only 1 wicket down, it looks that way, doesn't it?
19 ahead on the DLS now. That's growing even more, and I know it's irrelevant because we've not got rain.
Yep.
But as a measure for how you're measuring your own innings, and as I potentially predicted, Liam Gray back into the attack from the Diglis end.
We can absolutely assure you we do not have an earpiece on James Cole, the wicketkeeper skipper for Northern, because we just know what we're talking about, really, Gary. That's all, isn't it?
We make it up as we go along.
Yeah, they just need to do something, don't they?
And I think this is a good move.
Yeah.
It's make or break for Northern at the moment. James Cole is now standing back, so we'll be interested to see whether Aaron and Will decide to take a couple of steps forward.
Yeah.
Because he certainly won't be standing up to Liam Gray.
No, not in the slightest. He's got Alex Vincent at slip as well. They brought a slip back in, gone to a more traditional sort of field, and asking Liam to do what he's done all season for them. Wants that ball to just swing away from the batter a little bit, hopefully, and he'll be looking to grab that edge and head towards Alex Vincent, or get a mistimed drive out to Chris Laker, who's at backward point. But the way Aaron West's seeing it right now, he's seeing it extremely well.
Absolutely he is. Played out to deep cover, and there's another single for Aaron West, who's ticking away very nicely.
And the way they're playing Liam now looks very reminiscent of when Ben Allison came back for Brentwood, and all of a sudden Tyler went onto the back foot, and Tyler McGladdery just sort of saw him away to start with. It looks like that. You got your opening fast bowler. Come on, let's not do anything stupid. He's only got 3 overs left. Even if he bowls out now, they're still going to have 6-7 overs left of the innings. Got plenty of time on their hands here, Brentwood.
Well picked up there by Chris Laker at backward point.
You can certainly see the pace off the ball there from when Will played that. It's just a lot more pace than the other bowlers there from Liam, isn't there?
Yeah, I think you're right. He is half a yard quicker than the other guys, which is why obviously James Cole has gone to standing back again. The ball's a little bit softer than when he first bowled. Can't afford to drop it too short because I think it will sit and be there to hit. I think you've got to give the ball a chance to do its stuff. That's a good shot from Will. Little on drive just for one.
I know it's only just gone 4:45 in the evening, but just looking across, sight screen lights just look a little bit brighter. It's just sight screen, scoreboard. Scoreboard lights are just a little bit brighter there. I'm just wondering what the lights out there like. I'm looking on the stream. It doesn't look too bad. Seen worse, but I've most certainly seen better today.
And it's still a good bit of movement there still for Liam Gray, away from the bat.
That's what Liam was getting earlier on in the innings when he was pitching that ball up and just letting it work away from the batter. You could possibly argue, I suppose, Gary, that Liam in his first stint in particular was maybe a little bit unlucky not to pick a wicket up the amount of times he missed the bat. Last ball of the 28th over here from Liam Gray.
A good stop at mid-off there. 3 off the over from Liam Gray's 6th over. 126 for one after 28. 53 needed off 12 overs. With 9 wickets remaining, should be straightforward, Dean.
I just know which skipper I'd rather be right now. I'm sure not only is the skipper for Brentwood, Aaron West, batting beautifully over in the middle, he's conducting what's going on here right now. I'm sure he knows exactly who's going to come in next. There'll be no messing about with the order right now. They don't need to. I could see Ben Allison almost coming in next at 4, just to potentially take them home if needs be.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the worst shout. Josh Thompson carries on. Low full toss that Aaron West manages to just scoop away to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 1.
Yeah, just 1 or 2, as I said earlier. Body language, just slight change amongst 1 or 2 of the northern players who are generally quite a buoyant group, to say the least.
I think the concern is that they are leaking runs one end rather than the other. That's just played very, very casually down to third man for a single.
The one thing I never like to say about any batter, but I'll say it about both of these guys, is they don't look in trouble whatsoever. I haven't seen 2 batters look this comfortable at this stage of a chase in a game for a long time, and this is a national final we're talking about. They just look so relaxed, so on it. Doesn't matter what James Cole and the northern bowlers are throwing at them. Nothing's phasing these guys at the moment, is it, Gary?
They seem to be batting at a level above what they're facing at the moment. And they do look very, very comfortable. What I would say is a couple of wickets could get a panic on, and I'm guessing that's what Northern are now really relying on. A couple of quick, as they always say when they're fielding, a quick little bang bangs, and it could change the game.
Yeah, it's very noticeable though that the whole of the northern supporter base, which has been very vocal all afternoon, they're still making a noise, but it's not quite the same as it was, and they are just trying to will these guys to take that 1 wicket. And I hesitate to say that if they do take a wicket, it might get rather rowdy round here.
I think there is a good chance. Expansive drive, gone for a quick single. Great bit of fielding. That could have been close had he hit.
What a pick up and throw that was. Wow.
It's Bit of tidy over this from Josh Thompson. 3 off it so far, 1 ball to go.
Once again, exceptional ground fielder we've seen.
Unbelievable
Just
ground fielding.
one-handed pick up there, throw. If that had have hit the stumps, I think there's a very good chance umpire Tyra would have been having to give a decision there.
Thompson for the last ball of the over. A bit short of a length. Rock back from Will Buttleman. Pulled to the deep mid-wicket boundary. 4-1. They're now 130 for 1. In the 29 after 29 overs, just 49 needed from 11 overs.
They're bang on the required run rate at 4.5. Their run rate currently is 4.5. DLS is at 115, so they're 15 ahead of that. And at that point, I'm going to take my leave of commentary, hand it back over to Tom Evans with Gary for the rest of the innings.
Thanks for joining us, Ian. It's been a pleasure having you.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks for everything you've done, Gary, and thanks for the Worcestershire for putting on a great show today for what is the pinnacle of club cricket. You know, these are 2 of the best Premier League clubs you'll get from around the entire country, and from the opposite end of the country, which is even nicer, isn't it? So
they've certainly had some travelling to do for this, haven't they?
Just a wee bit. Enjoy the rest of the innings there, Gary.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Ian. Liam Gray continues from the Diglis end. Will Buttman just punches that to mid-on for a scampered single again. They seem to be scampering these singles very, very well, as you mentioned in commentary before, Tom. Something that might wind you up a little bit as a Northern player.
Yeah, I just think the runs are coming fairly easily now. I think, it's going to take something very special to rein this one back in.
A couple of wickets can change a game, as we know,
You never know.
but these 2 are seeing the ball very well, it appears, at the moment. Again, just a little punch off the back foot into the onside for a single.
They have to protect the boundaries, so they can't. They have to allow them that release of the easy single, I guess.
Is there an argument though that maybe bring the players in, put the ball up there, and see whether you can coax a mistake?
As in, they're going to get the runs one way or the other, so we might as well.
See whether we can take a couple with us and maybe change the game a little bit.
Yeah.
And do we have a look at the end of the over? I mean, they're milking the singles at the moment. And that's 3 balls, 3 singles in this over. And that's the 100 partnership off 130 balls.
And that's having batted quite slowly for a lot of it, and quite cautiously, and just been able to, since drinks, have just been able to ease on the gas a little bit. And
they're playing well at the moment, aren't they, these 2? And
they're going extremely well, yeah.
Liam Gray's not looking happy at the moment. I think the body language of the Northern side has dropped a little bit.
I guess it's inevitable,
which is
given the match
understandable.
situation, yeah.
That's a better ball though. That'll get his tail up a little bit.
Fans are still singing.
Yeah, I think that might be fueled by something.
Yeah, and if they're aware there's a cricket match going on, let alone how it's going for them.
Final ball of the over. It's not the final ball of the over. I think this is the...
It is.
One's wrong. Another push to mid-on for a single. One ball to go.
The dream of a team of Liam Gray's song has reached number 48, I think.
In the top 100.
It's a expanded squad of Liam Grays at the moment. It's a whole club of Liam Grays.
And that
That's the
push out to the cover boundary gets Will Buttonman his 50 off 75 balls with 6 fours. And I think you say it's been a really, really good knock.
50 on
Yes.
75 balls.
Very well. He's accelerated very nicely. He and West both played the situation very well.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests,
Josh Thompson continuing from the New Road end. Wide. Under edge.
He's trying to mix it up at least, Thompson. He's throwing in a few.
Oh, nothing on that. It was
few
actually a
slower
bye.
balls.
James Cole looking around here thinking, what can I do? What can we do to make a difference in this game so late now?
Just 43 to win. It's not very many runs to play with at all.
And lots of wickets in hand.
Yep.
Game turned away into the onside for a very easy single. They're milking the singles so well. You've got to beg the question, do they know what line to bowl at the moment?
I think that because they need a wicket so much and they're so aware of how much, the only way back into this game is to take wickets and take them quickly. They're trying anything and everything. I don't think it's a case of plugging away consistently.
That's
Like I say, Thompson is at least.
Well, that was
up, but it's a bit of
a wide Yorker there that the batsman was querying of whether it should have been a wide, but I think it was a good decision there by Matt Tyrers.
I think
it just crossed the line at the right time.
I wonder if they could maybe have turned to Thompson a bit earlier. I know he's their death over specialist, but
well, that's a wide
it's
ball.
going to be a wide. It's going to be 5 wides, I think.
It is indeed 5 wides. That's really something that as the captain you don't want to be seeing at this stage. That's just made the job a lot easier for Brentwood. Just trying to get some purchase on the board of some variety.
Difficult with the rain came at just the wrong time for Northern with it, getting the outfield wet.
Slow ball. And pushed out towards deep backward point for a single.
Seems to have made the pitch play a bit easier as well, or whether that's just the way the batters have approached it. I think
there's a little bit of both into that. I think they gave it the light roller as well, didn't they? Between innings, and I think they've just been a lot more circumspect, attacked at the right times, taken, but not given any real chances.
I think those first couple of overs in the Northern innings certainly, to an extent, set the tone with Chris Laker and Liam Gray both kind of going down swinging in the way they did.
Yeah,
that was clearly their approach on being asked to bat, and
I think it shows,
might have come off.
Probably shows it was a good toss to win today.
And a good decision.
Yeah,
he's had a good day as Aaron West. Looking like he'll cap it by lifting a trophy as well.
Good finish to the over after the 4 wides. He came back well from there. So that was 8 off the over. 143 for 1 off 31. There's 9 overs to go, just 36 needed. Go back to my schoolboy maths again, and I think that's about 4.
Thereabouts, yeah.
Thereabouts.
It also says on the scoreboard how many.
That helps as well, but we don't need to tell our viewers that I've got it right in front of me. DLS now, should we have got some rain, they are 17 or 18 runs ahead, so I don't think we're going to get any rain or nothing that would cause any undue concern anyway.
It's a little bit gloomy, but I don't think
Yeah.
the umpires will be too concerned about that.
And we've got a change of bowling from the Diglis end. Liam Gray has come off, being replaced by Tom Sefton, who, by his own standards, hasn't had a great bowling day, would you say, Tom?
No, I think the batters have played him very well. They've not really blurred the lines. They've either defended him or they've attacked him, and they've attacked him well. They've chosen the ones that he's overpitched slightly and bunted him over his own head a couple of times and put pressure on him that way.
A misfield, first misfield I think we've seen today. A very hard shot through backward point, and Will Buttleman picks up a single. It's a big shout for LBW. Umpire James Cole unmoved. I think potentially he thinks that's sliding down.
And that was the gesture that Sefton made to the umpire rather than the other way around. So
Ball just pushed out to deep cover again for a nicely milked single. And I think we've used that phrase quite a lot. They're nicely milking the singles around, just keeping that scoreboard ticking over.
they are. It's the way to play on this kind of wicket, isn't it? So Northern got there in the end, but I think that power play in the Northern innings has proved to be the decisive passage in this game.
A bit of frustration there from the Northern fielder, firing the ball in, hitting his own captain. It's a good thing to do at the end of the season. You might want to do it at the beginning.
That's McGladdery in the fourth team on Saturday. Yeah, they just needed a stroke of luck, didn't they? They just needed a drag on or a run out or something to not go.
We'd like to see that they're still being very aggressive in the field, which is always nice to see.
Yeah.
Just 3 off that Sefton over. So with 8 overs to go, there's 33 runs to win. That was a good over.
It was, yeah. He didn't give them anything they could really get stuck into. Let's see, he's got 2 left. Gray and Wilson have got 1 each.
And we've got Dan Wilson back onto bowl now, I believe, at the New Road end.
So this is his last over.
Yes.
Umpire indicating the end of the second power play, the start of the last power play.
And we are into the final power play now, so Northern are allowed to have 5 fielders outside of the ring, so he needs to keep 4 people inside the ring at all times. But I don't know what you feel about this, Tom. When you've got 9 wickets in hand, you might as well keep a few more in to try and get wickets.
Yeah, you might as well set a test match field and just try and nick them off. You know, it's with less than a run of ball needed, and like you say, they're milking the singles so easily. It's
as Will Buttleman has just done there, just plonked it out to deep cover again and scampered through for an easy single. Turn off his legs from Aaron West there.
Okay. One either side of the wicket, just 0 risk, 2 runs. It's all they need. Another one to deep cover.
Yeah, they're right to have the man out there, but I'm now thinking, do you need 2 points? Because they're not playing shots down that area, and they are so in control though they're not likely to play the false shot.
Q false shot.
Q false shot.
But it went straight through to the keeper, so I'll take your points.
Yeah. Another clip off the legs from Aaron West for another scampered single. 4 off the over so far, 1 ball to go.
I do think once the rate gets down to 4s needed, with so many wickets in hand, they don't even need to take a risk to keep up with the rate at this stage.
Absolutely. That's through the 150 there, off 32.5 overs. And just the 4 off the over. And that's the end of Dan Wilson's spell. 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 33. So Sefton on for his 7th over from the Diglis end. Bowling to Aaron West. Great piece of fielding there in the covers, stopping a single.
They've stuck to their task, but they've not had the breaks and they've not made the breakthroughs.
Another stop in the inner circle there, stopping another single. So 2 dots off the first 2 balls. There's always a chance that Brentwood get a little bit nervous themselves as they get to end.
Oh.
And then a big swing of the bat out to the square cover boundary. But just the single. But again, one of those shots that occasionally Aaron West has played, but just doesn't go to hand.
Didn't go to hand, no. Wasn't in control of that one. But you can count them on the fingers of one hand. I think the number that either batter has played like that.
That's a lovely shot.
Absolutely.
Over extra cover for 6.
And you see someone hitting a left arm spinner inside out over cover like that, you know you're looking at someone who's in good nick.
I think I'm going to say, and that's shot of the day.
Yeah, I'd say so. That or the ramp. I like the ramp.
You did like the ramp, didn't you?
But yeah, I think emphatic is the word for that one.
Oh, stopped by the bowler off his own bowling there. Just 22 needed now.
It's the stage where there's a few good hits away.
Another great shot there from Will Buttleman out to a wide mid-on who fields it just for the single. 158 for 1 off 34 overs. 6 overs to go, 21 needed. 21 needed by Brentwood. A miracle needed by Northern.
At least one, yeah. I think the better side on the day is going to take home the trophy today. I think that's pretty much undeniable. And from those first 2 overs, they were both. They kept it so dry at the beginning of the Northern innings and didn't let them get away, didn't let them get off the square even. I think from then on, Northern have had their moments. McGladdery and Edmondson towards the end of their innings were batted excellently and sort of gave themselves a chance, but I think they haven't had the best of the conditions, and also they haven't made the best use of the opportunity when they've had it.
Josh Thompson back into the attack at the New Road end. He'd gone for 18 off his first spell. Left arm over the wicket to Will Buttleman. And that's a wide. Let's run away. I have stopped it at the boundary, so that'll be 2 wides to go towards the total.
This is playing out, in a very similar way to Northern's other National Club Championship final.
When was
back in 2015.
Who did they play against then?
Now you're asking. It began with a B. Definitely began with a B, because I remember Brentwood also begins with B.
And that's 4 more for Aaron West. Slightly shorter down leg side. He just swung the bat at it and away it's gone to backward square leg for 4.
but they lost that one by 9 wickets, having posted a score that wasn't up to scratch. And while we thought it might have been competitive, 178, it's looking at least 20 runs short here, isn't it?
I think so, yeah, at least 20 runs short. 15 only needed now. That's another wide. And I think the more vocal fans, from what I can hear now, are the Brentwood fans.
Yeah, there's a bit of taunting, bit of a not the sort of jeering you usually associate with
with the gentleman's
game. Yeah,
it's more like the Hollies stand in the Graham Hick Pavilion today, gentlemen.
It's been give and take all day. It's all part of the fun, I guess. It's a lovely little late cut, that.
He's played that very well today.
Yeah.
And down for another single. Down to 13 needed now.
I guess Northern will regroup. They've got the national T20 final to look forward to next Sunday. You know, it can still be a successful season for them if they.
And they're playing Oundle at Derbyshire. Is that right?
At Derbyshire, that's correct. Yeah.
I believe that's a 1 o'clock start.
I think it's a little bit later than that, but don't quote me on that. I think it's
So if you are wanting to go and see Northern play again next week, get yourself down to the county ground at Derby. Oh, it's a misfield there. Again, their heads have gone now. It's 4 runs for Will Buttleman. And that's been so unusual today for a team that have fielded so well.
And it's a sad way the game's ending, because it's all kind of grinding to a halt for Northern out there.
Got 12 off this over so far, with still 2 balls to go. A straight drive for 1.
I've had a very helpful text from a cricket writing colleague, Paul Edwards, who tells me in 2015 Northern lost by 9 wickets to Blackheath at Beckenham. So it is the letter B is absolutely cursed as far as Northern are concerned.
Thank you for that, Paul. It's always a pleasure when you're down here at New Road. I'd like to see. Hopefully you'll be down here again with us before the end of the season.
And thank you for listening.
Great take by the keeper there. That's the end of the over. 171 for 1. Just 8 more needed from the final 5 overs.
As and when the game ends, please do not go on to the outfield at the end of the game. Please don't go on to the field at the end of the game. There will be a presentation ceremony, and if there are spectators on the outfield, it won't take place. So please don't go onto the field as and when the game ends. Thank you.
Something about the demeanour of the fans is clearly giving the vibe that they intend to go on the outfield when the game ends, I think.
So Tom Sefton's going to continue for his final over at the Diglis end. Bowling to Will Buttleman. It's knocked out to the cover boundary for another single.
Perfectly happy to get them in singles here. I don't think
there's no need to finish it with an extravagant shot at all, is there?
Cue extravagant shot.
Cue Aaron West over the top of mid-off for 4. What do we know about this game, Tom? There's not what I was around to say.
Absolute amateurs.
So just 3 more needed now.
You can see in the body language of the Northern fielders out there how disappointing this has been for them. I think it's going to be another one of those what ifs.
I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Tom and Ian for their co-commentary today. It's been a pleasure hosting you today here at Visit Worcestershire New Road.
Thank you for having me.
Tom Sefton. Aaron West trying to finish it the way that me and Tom doesn't think he needs to, but why not? So still 3 needed.
One more chance to make us look foolish, Aaron West.
Yep, they're going to just take the 1 this time. He's trying to do it, but he'll just take the 1. There are 2 balls left in the over, and they need 2. So the question is, will we need another over, gentlemen? And just to turn out into the onside by Will Bittleman to bring the scores level.
And give the captain the honour of hitting the winning runs.
And I think it's deserved. He's scored 71 off 102 balls. He really has anchored the innings.
Excellent with the ball as well, Ali.
He was excellent with the ball. 2 wickets. And I would say that for me, Aaron West would probably be the man of the match today.
I think it's hard to look past him.
As he mishits the last ball for a dot ball.
Yeah,
so
good chance.
Will Bittleman will be on strike for what I think will probably be the final over of the game, albeit we have got 4 left. I think it's unlikely to go more than this next over. And I think it's Chris Laker coming on to bowl at the New Road end.
Credit to Bittleman there, taking his guard again, you know.
Yeah, he's a man of habit, isn't he?
Scores a level, 9 wickets in hand, but you can't leave anything to chance.
There it is. Ball hit for 4. The winners by 9 wickets against Northern, Brentwood Cricket Club from the Essex Premier League. Congratulations to all the Brentwood fans and players. A well-deserved win.
9 wickets.
Will Bittleman finishes on 73 and Aaron West on 63. Thank you very much for listening to us today, guys. If you are driving home to either Northern or Brentwood, have a safe journey home. And thank you to my co-commentator, Tom.
Thank you.